It is Friday afternoon. We are alive, we think. We're not entirely sure. Yesterday we had shenanigans. So, to the left, from where I'm sitting, in front of me is my fireplace. The other behind which is the wall, obviously. And it's the end of my house. Behind which, given or take a public toilet width gap, is a fence. And this fence, until last weekend, was entirely kind of overrun by next door's plants, trees, bushes, whatever the hell was back there. And she decided to have them cleared away. Now, to a large part, I'm excessively grateful it encourages more sunshine into my garden because, well, that's where the sun is right now. And so, initially, I was dead pleased. Until just before I was about to start streaming yesterday, I got a phone call. Hi, we've got your dog. What's that? Huh? I'm looking at Amy, assuming Rory's in the garden. Oh, you've got Rory. Okay. They'd said where they were. I'll come and get him. I got there. I don't know how long he'd been out, but he was clearly distressed. Because he obviously got very lost, didn't recognise anything. And he'd found his way to this house where there were people, and now Rory loves people. Slightly too much. Yeah, a load of people who didn't like dogs. He found the only house, like, in the whole of England with, like, 5 people in it, none of which liked dogs. And he was overly pleased. To the point, when I got there, he almost didn't recognise me. He was so frantic. He was really overwhelmed. And I had to do the walk of shame home and then try and fix my garden fence. So at the moment I've got this kind of twitch, where's the dog, where's the dog, where's the dog, where's the dog, because the moment I can't see him I think he's escaped and he's off trying to, you know, find the world and panic. His sister doesn't wander. She's not a wanderer. Oh, you little one. No, you good girl. You is. You is a good girl. Where's Brabs? Rory! There he is. Are you good boy? Are you a good boy? He was very kind of weird yesterday after his antics. Because even though I managed to, with great assistance from my wonderful one of my wonderful neighbours, wedge the fence into a point where hopefully little shitman can't get out again. And I have tried to contact some people who did some fence work for me beginning of last year, who were very, very good and reasonably affordable, more to the point. Compared to many of the fancy people in the past. So I was hoping I would have heard from them by now, but haven't. We'll find them at the beginning of next week if I haven't heard over the weekend. But he was looking like he wanted to go out again. Even though it scared the crap out of him, he kind of wanted to go out again. Because, well, it's different, and obviously forbidden fruit is that much sweeter. That's okay. We're just recanting the tale of Rory's misdoings yesterday. So I'm a little bit overly paranoid when I can't see him, because I do not need him romping around the countryside. Because Rory looks a lot like an XL bully, which of course is banned here in the UK. But he's too small. But of course, when you're scared of dogs, an inch or so, which is all the difference is, it's not enough. So I, was rather concerned that you know, because of course you are supposed to have your dog under. He was yesterday. He got out. The short version to recount is my neighbour cleared some plants. It made the fence go wobbly. Obviously, between a bit of wind and Rory, he pushed a side panel that's normally between the fence and the house open and fucked off around the local area. And I got the phone call to come and get him. He found the only house with 5 adults in it who are all really scared of dogs. And Rory is very overexcitably friendly, i.e. he's a little shit. He jumps up, he won't stop jumping up, and he repeatedly does it and finds great joy in it. So he is the last thing people like that need. Especially as he won't let me trim his claws. Yes. So little shitbag went out for wonder, but he got really hot, really upset, really confused, very overwhelmed, but at the same time wanted to go off for round 2. So I have paranoias now of escaping dogs, because he's done it twice now. But the first time I noticed he was gone really quickly, and he was like 10 metres from the house. He was already lost and didn't kind of recognise where he was, well, because he was in someone else's garden. But when I kind of did the, what's this? He came running, and well, that was the end of that. Yeah, this time, of course, it was 300 degrees outside, and we had to do the walk of shame, and we got seen by people. So people saw me doing the walk of shame. Yes. Ow. So yes. I have fears, but I've contacted some people who did my fence work, or repaired some loose fence last year and did a cracking job of it, and now have to repair more in fence and potentially replace this bit of fence. I have moved where it was, so it was quite near the front. It's now right at the end of my chimney stack to help block it off a bit more, because as the fence is leaning, that's what Rory will do. He doesn't want any harm, and they did say, oh, he does seem very friendly. Yeah, a little too friendly is the problem. A little bit too friendly, aren't you? You don't show any patience and care and respect for personal space, or ask nicely if you can approach people. No, you just assume they want a face limpet, don't you? Yes. Your sister's worse, in that she is the face hugger. You just want to be in them. Rory... Well, Rory's learnt that from me. Rory knows that you take a bite at mummy wallops you back. You know, there are lots of things I do believe that, you don't slap for every reason. If your dog's tried to bite you or succeeded, well, frankly, I did karate. It's kind of naturally being built now. I whap back. So yeah, I've never hit him particularly hard, but I have conked him back and he's kind of gone, oh. And I think, and to the point, he was about to chew me off one day because he'd done one of his PTSD wake up, something's got to die thing. And he went for me and then realised that, shit, can't do that one. No, and then calmed down. So it has the desired effect, which was calming of the Rory when he is about to do his thing. So he does, it is successful, and it has, I've never hurt him. It's always been the surprise factor. So yeah, consequences are a good thing. And this is one of the things that I've always said about, slapping children. It's not that you should do it for everything. It's not that it is the right action for all children. But when they're little and you can't have now, Johnny, people don't like it when you do that. well, they've got to learn somehow. The sooner they learn it, the sooner they just know instinctively that this is not socially acceptable. Right. I'm just sorting out a couple of things because I need to find... There's a pair. So I've taken some painkillers because you know how the other day my first finger on my right hand was really sore and I was whinging about it? Well, now it's the middle finger on my left hand, the flipping people off finger. And it is really... And again, it's not the knuckle, although the knuckle is tender. It's more the bit between the two, which I don't understand. But I do think I broke that one. I do vaguely remember doing it some serious damage, at least at one point. So at least with that one it might have an excuse. So we are back to the rather pitiful start that I made on this. You know, Naughty Cat, my heart's really not in this triangle. Or this square, to be honest. But I haven't prepped for strips. I need to make decisions about strips before I can really prep strips. So I can't I mean, I still feel I've got a couple more test strips in me before, you know, A, to decide a bit more on pattern, and B, to see if I can't even up that joint just a tiny bit more. Because I do like my joint, and for all of you who were doing the whole, oh, butting them up together won't work. Yeah, bite me. I was right. I know my shit. I was right. Because that's exactly what the last one was. And the next one would be, even if I try to even it up, I would still be doing batting them up against each other. So, bite me. I did look at kind of... I've ended up working quite late every day this week, which has not been appreciated, to be honest. There's been shenanigans, and someone's playing silly buggers at work and changing things and then denying that they've done it and been doing it outside change control, which, much as I can respect that in some situations, you know, sometimes, yes, it's a change, but really, you know, you really wanted to go through all that paperwork just for this, you know. But stuff ain't working like it used to, and everyone's denying that changes have been made. And, well, I can't help but feel I know what the problem is, I just can't prove it. It's one of those intermittent things that instantly becomes near impossible to prove because, well, you can't make it happen. In essence, connections to servers appear to hang, but they don't actually hang because the connection's not gone. But they don't do anything anymore. And it's mainly happening to one group of people, but then as we pointed out, there aren't any buggers who actually bother to do any work. Everyone else seems to not do anything. You know, if you look on any given day, people aren't logged into the other server, so of course they're not going to notice. They're not logging into it in the same way. And if you've got, the only way to see it is through a constant connection, a web page, which is sent a day to get a bit back, job done, you can stare at a web page all day and you might not see any drop in connection. Because, of course, it will only notice if it's the millisecond you're sending data and getting it back. And if this fly... I had a horrible feeling that flies were only supposed to live 24 hours. Somewhere in the darkest depths of my life, I heard that the common lifespan of the garden, you know, communal garden housefly, lifespan of UK, just to be sure, housefly. Okay, 15 to 30 days. Oh, I can't live with this for 2 weeks. Fuck. basically there's one fly in my house. And he's a ninja. He's got like time paws, right? I was trying to explain this to my co-worker, and one of my co-workers actually got it, understood this. It does, but you need to find the little shits to do it. This fly, I kid you not, I'm sitting in a room, it's, I don't know, I'm not exactly sure on the whole dimensions of my room, but let's say it's not, I don't know, probably 9 metres by 6 or something, right? So it's slightly rectangular. I mean, you've seen a vague picture of it, right? I'm sitting here now. Normally, if there's a fly in the house, I can find it. There can be a moth, there can be, I will find it. The only things I don't tend to spot coming are the thunderflies, but they are absolutely tiny, right? I can see things, I'll find them, I've got good vision, good directional hearing. Normally, I will hear it. There is one house fly in this house at the moment, and I can be sitting here, and the only word is, it picks on me. And what do I mean by that? I mean literally that. It will fly up and it will go, flick, and then fly away. But it doesn't fly away. It's like if you ever watched, what the X-Men one, the Last Stand or whatever it is, where they have like time portals that they can step through and, you know, or reach through and stab the guy in the back while, you know, 10 metres in front of them kind of deal, right? It's like the fly's got that, because he kind of appears out of a portal, goes ning, and disappears again. And, you know, you can only kill it if you can find it. And he's a little ninja. He's a little ninja fly. This fly was Mr. Miyagi in a former lifetime. You know, that kind of deal. He is cruising for a bruising. If I ever find it, I am not just going to want to fly. I'm not just going to swat it or spray it. I'm going to decimate it till it is mere atoms. Because this fly, encase it in resin or something so its soul is trapped forever. This fly needs to go do one. And I wouldn't say I have sensitive skin in the sense that I could probably wash my face with bleach and not even notice. But what I can do is feel that, if a fly brushes one hair on my head, I feel that. If the tiniest midge lands on my skin, I feel that. And so it picks on me. And yeah, there is that. But again, you've got to find the stupid little... I will prevail. It will happen. But there's only one. There's only the one fly. It's definitely not more than one. Because I have briefly seen him. So I know he is just a common old garden house fly. He hasn't got, like, you know, the Flash written stripes all over him or anything, right? He's not Barry Allen in fly form. I have seen him. Because he was walking on the white wheels of my computer table. For like 1 second. But the rest, I swear, I promise you, I know that my house is not the tidiest of places and all the rest of it, but I can see, I know my eyesight's appalling, but funnily enough, I can see flies, mainly because I lived with my ex-husband and Charlie the dog, who both had major issues with flies. And, well, Charlie got it from Trev. Trev has major issues with flies. I didn't really care. I mean, it's like most things in the world, if you're not bothering me, if you're far enough away and you're going away or you're just mooching about your business, I don't care if there's a tarantula sitting in the corner of the room. As long as he stays sitting in the corner of the room or preferably getting further away, that's cool. I'm really quite good with that. Heading towards me, however, life is rapidly about to diminish. And most things can have the same level of respect in that I don't have this burning need to eradicate you from my house just because you exist. However, there are still limitations. And one of the limitations is proximity. If you are annoying me with your proximity, something's got to happen. Now, for bees, I will, of course, bees, dragonflies, birds, bats, I, of course, will very dutifully take you and place you outside. For things like wasps, flies, moths, annoying dogs at this rate. I mean, I'll take in other people's dogs or cats, you know, rabbits, mice. Rats can punk off, as you well know. But for the most part, most things, they are. And that's exactly it. I don't care. Allegedly, they do good. Well, I'm sorry, but it don't make up for how much. They're just angry little stripy things. They are not. I don't care if they do good. They can do as, you know, that's like, I can't do it really without getting political, but you know, it's a bit like saying, but Hitler made such lovely, you know, cheese sandwich or something, right? I don't care. It didn't make up for anything else, you know. It's that kind of moment. It's the, just because you did do some nice things does not make up for the big things. But apparently they do good. Well, yeah, they can do it all they like. You're just angry little bother objects, for as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I'm sorry, wasps, but you know, you're a bit like rats. I'm sorry, in that, you know, there's plenty of you. If I diminish your population by 1 or 2, yeah, it's not really a problem now, is it? Yeah, that's kind of. But yeah, I definitely feel that the unlike bees and most animals, I don't feel that the loss of one wasp of their population is truly as tragic as, you know, it could be. So as a result, I meant to do that earlier. Shit. You know, they can afford the loss of a wasp to wasp time, so they will, because, well, bugger off. I'm also allergic to wasps, as it turns out. So, basically, it's me or it. And, well, in being me or it, yeah, me versus wasp is very, one-sided is the right answer to that. After all, I weigh a few more than the wasp does. So, sorry, wasp, but your lifespan is proportional to the weight difference. And, well, you know, it's the same with spiders. I don't have a problem with spiders, specifically. I really don't. Just don't come running at me. That freaks me out. Just keep your distance. You can run past me. So if you were on the floor running a kind of left to right scenario, that's fine. Don't mind that, especially if you head into the door. Perfectly reasonable. But do not run at me. It's just not a done thing. It's not British, you know. Naughty Celt, it's Friday. So what have you been up to? You've been quiet, you know. You've been very quiet this week. Now I feel, although I put all my bobbins in a bag, I feel like I may have lost one or two. I don't think, well, no, I haven't lost them. They've just kind of potentially come out of the bag and run away a little bit, maybe with some poorly help. Because I can't see them, and I've had a good look. But I'm also not convinced that I have all of them, just because, well, I found one that had fallen out. So now I'm convinced more had fallen out and that maybe they've run away, been buried in the garden or something. What have you done with your bruvs? Is he outside sunbathing? Problem is, I don't want to call him in and stop him enjoying being outside. But at the same time, I can't see, because my garden's wide, not long, I can't see the whole garden. In fact, I can only see a really small bit from here. Despite this being the main sitting room of the house, and always has been, and it wasn't like I picked it. Hang on. He's just lying in the sun, soaking up all the sunshine, which of course he's allowed to do, so that is fine. And here he comes, he's heard me moving. Hello, Rory. Are you a good boy? Are you my good boy? Let me just read that here. Yes, very true. It is an old joke, but it is very, very true. He's a good boy. Yes, you are. Do you want to come up? Hmm? You can if you want. Yes, you can. It is kind of warm outside. I was going to do that at work today. Oh well, you're into that. Oh well. Just realised I was going to ask someone about something. Yes, I did. I asked why, because you've been a bit quieter this week, so, you know. While you claim you have narcissism, I, of course, claim that I have paranoia, which is that the moment someone doesn't speak to me for 10 minutes, I worry I've offended them, so, you know. Oh, they hate me. Yeah. Now, I'd like to think you'd have said something. You'd have told me off and I'm never speaking to you again, and I'd have known, but, you know. That's okay. Hence I thought I'd ask what you were doing, just because, you know, I'm pretty sure, I am trying to pretend that I'm not paranoid and just casually asking, but that's kind of why I'm asking. You know, just to be sure, you know. Give you the chance to say, oh no, I've been bored all week, and, you know, just avoiding you, you know. Well, there is always that. I mean, I do worry about people. I worry whether I've offended them as well, you know. You know, because of course the problem is then becomes, well, I'm worried that if you're okay, but if I've offended you, yeah, yeah, but there's also the, well, if I'm worried that, you know, maybe you're not all right, but at the same time I also worry if I offended you, and of course, well, if I've offended you and then I pest you, then you're going to be even more pissed from that. So it's kind of catch-22 really. under this finger. I mean, it does look podgy here, but it is sore. Such is life. Oh, look at that. Fair enough. I know how that really should have done it, kind of haven't, didn't, got no decent excuse why not, just didn't, you know. Because after all, you know, I find myself awake sometimes at stupid o'clock in the morning, but it's not like I'm doing anything sensible with my time. It will always be, you know, watching some idiot play a game or watching something on YouTube, and that leads to this thing on YouTube, which leads to another thing on YouTube, which takes you, you know, it seems to be almost like an unwritten rule, is you watch a video on something that you intended. I know, how do I do this with my boiler, for example? And then it goes, we think you might like this video. Actually, it does look a bit interesting. Watch that. It's not related to boilers, and you know, so you're already off track. You watch the non-boiler related video. Well, we think you might like this one next. And it'll be like 15 gallons of pus coming out of a cow knee. And you're like, how did I get here? Fair enough. One thing I understand you can do, because for textual reasons I can't stand juice with pulp in it, but that you can shove it all in a blender and then put it through a sieve. Then you actually get more juice flavour out of it, because you get, you know, especially for things like oranges and stuff, you get the beautiful juicy kind of bit that you can get from the rind, but without the rind and the waxy bit. So yeah, but of course you have to have a blender for that. And not one of those little handheld kind of toilet roll size things, proper blender. You can actually put shit in. You know better. Tried to ring you 3 times yesterday. Apple introduced an ability to take notes while the voicemail is being left. So I ditched the call because I tried to ring somebody 3 times yesterday to tell them about Rory's antics. And let me read you the Apple translation. It says, so the auto translator, the voicemail says, "You rang, wasn't feeling well. I went to bed, dog fitting better now. Isabel later." Those will not be the words that were uttered. It will be something more along the lines of, "You rang, wasn't feeling very well. I went to bed." I'm not quite sure what dog would have transferred to, but feeling, not fitting better now, will give us a bell later, will have been the exact words that came out of his mouth. Not that. Do like the idea though. Of it translating it into text. As this particular person knows full well, I'm streaming right now. I'm not answering it. It's about the only person who rings me, to be fair. Settle down, kids. Come on. Settle down. Pacing around and in and out. Just settle down. understand your handle problem, Nautica. I just realised I didn't say there. Yeah, I can understand why you're not happy with it. It's a bit like me wanting to do another test strip, because although I've made a pretty damn nice invisible join, it's not 100% invisible. And working on the theory that I've got, if I did it slightly, but well, if I did a bit more of what I'd done, instead of, you know, stopping at the top, I'd kind of come back down the other side, it probably would have been as good as invisible as I was ever going to see. So I do have this burning need to find out. So I do need to do a strip. And obviously for each bit of this square that I do, the requirement of being ready to do the strips for real is getting nearer, and I need to have decided how I'm going to decorate those strips and how many strips I'll need, and I haven't, and my brain's kind of going, oh my god, I'm all flustered. It's like a month away, but my brain's all flustered because, you know, it needs to know. But if doing another test strip's going to take, say, 2 weeks, then we all know that that's like half a square, and then I'll only have half a square to design it, print it, prick it, and be ready and ensure that I know how it's all going to fit on my pillow, because I haven't actually done a really long piece of lace on my pillow, and I have to work out how I'm going to measure it. I've got to work out how I'm going to mark the stage on stream. I have to. There's just so many things I've got to work out that I haven't yet, and well, yeah. I do think part of the easiest option on making it the right length is to... Good, I like that. As you know, somewhere, she says, looking and not seeing it off the top of her head, she's moved it. I've got a piece of bias tape, or quite a lot of bias tape, that I'm going to use to put at the top and the bottom of the curtain to seal it off. Now, it's a bit heavy really, but I might change my mind. But what it also can do, because I've got about 5 metres of bloody stuff, is I could use it by chopping off the length of the curtain that I want, and so as I go round, it goes round with the lace and just kind of falls off the back, but I can put markings on it as to how far I've gone, kind of thing. You know, for Christ's sake, I could write on it with Sharpie for all that matters. It's not like I've got to do anything more fancy than that. I mean, I could use a tape measure, but tape measures are plastic and, well, they're hard to pin. I do have some paper ones for weaving. And that would be long enough. Which reminds me, I'm still really confused about something. So let me explain my confusion. So I bought off Amazon, as so many of the things in my life, a curtain to go on the same window that this is going onto, and the curtain fits really well, but of course the curtain does kind of, I'm sure it goes over the windowsill, i.e. in, you know, below the window, but it's not like it's twice as long or anything, right? And okay, I was just checking what size I bought. That makes a bit more sense. So I bought the smallest one that they made, which was 46, width 46, length 45. Now, of course, I've only used half of it, because although it's 46 by 45, that's actually 2 panels worth. So one's, you know, 22 and one's, which kind of fit, because, well, they are. That explains then why I'm sitting there thinking that, you know, I'm sure I measured my window as 97 centimetres, which of course is 38 and a smidge inches, right? But that kind of explains it. It's only 6 inches different, and it's kind of got an above the window bit, because I put in one of like a mini curtain rail thing with it that expands, and I've got one for netting. Hang on, I moved it earlier today. There it is. So I bought this to put the netting over, so it's a thin little metal job, and you get two, one for top, one for bottom, which is what I wanted. So yeah, now that makes more sense. I had in the back of my mind that when I looked at it before, it was like 59 inches, and my brain's going, that's a lot longer than I was expecting. And the answer is no, that was just one of the sizes then. That 2, 3, 4, 5. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need to come out of this already, don't I? Go away. Otherwise I'll get it wrong already. So yeah, you know what, all I have to do then is, I don't even meant 2 of them, just you, thank you. You know, I know, make it say 38.5 inches, 39 inches long. Give me a bit of extra. Do some plain at the top and plain at the bottom, you know, for sewing into kind of deal. But yes, I find myself puzzling over it all, as I do. As only I can. My brain working really hard to make decisions that anyone else would just go, yeah, whatever. And my brain's going, no, I need it to be right. No. Just bash the microphone again, sorry. Back a bit more over there. Like that, there you go. What? Me bopping it like that? Doubt it. I've gone wrong somewhere. This doesn't feel right at all. One, 2, 3, 4. Got the right number. Because I have parted with one at the beginning. So let's try this again. It's the problem of stopping part the way through. Your brain just kind of goes, oh, I don't think I got that right. It usually did, but... I'm having problems with my mic. Now, let me explain that. I want it to be nearer your bobbins so you hear the bobbins, because, you know, most people are here to hear the bobbins. But at the same time, it's kind of in the way of my hand. But if I have it in near my face, then I can't see stuff because it's in the way. Well, you should do. You're about 4 inches away. Now, the problem is I can't put it back any further because it doesn't really go back any further. About moving it on the table. Maybe that's what I actually need to do, is move it on the table. I'm not going to do it now because that's just faffing around, but maybe if I moved it further back on the table, which, because it can come a lot further forward, like about a metre forward if it wants to, because it's on one of those like angle poise line shape things. So it's got a base, it's got a body that comes straight up, but it goes backwards, where it kind of goes upright but backwards, and then forward. Probably. But it can come forward. So if I grab hold of the cable so it doesn't come out, you can see there is something, right? And the microphone, oops, dragging it across the bottom of the thing. The microphone is here, just out of shot now, on the end, right? I can bring it all the way forward. What I can't do is when I push it back to where it normally lives, it can't go back any further because the angle of the back piece, hang on, let me show you. Actually, I'll show you the sad state of my table, never mind. Right, if I do this, here is the bottom, but it doesn't go further back. It can't go upright. And so by not going upright or leaning backwards, it creates this complication. And I can't flip it over. So for example, if I bring the top part up and loosen it, I can't flip it over because the angle of the join is designed that the microphone is this side. So as a result of that, the nearest the best I can do is have it kind of, well, here, but it's butting against my monitor. Which doesn't help. Let's push my monitor back. Oops, cascade failure. Maybe that'll help if I push my monitor back. Now I push my monitor back a bit more. Because my monitor tends to wander. Tighten up the microphone a bit. Yeah, the monitor tends to wander. As I move the table, it kind of slides around a bit because it's on a swing arm, and it is supposed to be nearer the back, so it's further away from my face because it's quite a big monitor. But it had kind of come forward a bit, which meant that. So now you see, I can but that's as far back as I can push the micro. I can't push it back any further, which is a little bit annoying. But yeah, so have it pointing down there because I want it kind of out of the way, but I want it. The problem is when it's out of the way, it's kind of too much out of the way, and then in the way of everything else that's not on camera. So you know, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's try that. Scratch myself enough to make me bleed now. It's not sufficient blood loss to be concerned about. Spot a bit of my arm I've scratched and it's now bleeding for the fun of it. Right. So it's not sufficient blood loss, it's just a small drop out. Look, you can see that's kind of it, really, because that was what I scratched it with, obviously. Right, let's keep it popping up. Things I must achieve over the weekend. Thought on how to do my strip pattern as one piece, because obviously I can't laminate the whole bloody thing in one go. But what I kind of can, but I can't because you don't want it overlapping. So I need to kind of join them together, and you must join them the right way round. And when I say that, that is because don't really have anything to show. But if I roll this round on itself, if I do this and you're working this way, you catch on it. You have to make sure they go this way so they fall off it, right? So you must join them in the right manner, otherwise well, you've got to start again. And I don't really want to glue them because that would be awkward, but then I'd need a lot of tape, which I don't have. I don't think. I did have sellotape, but not actually. I didn't have sellotape. No, I didn't have sellotape. But I clearly need some form of joining mechanism. Now pins are fine, but obviously when you're talking, if I print out a full meter worth of strip, that would be wrong, because then I would have lots and lots of joins and lots of repeat. What I'm hoping to do is 2 lots of A4 that repeat. And all I need to do then is have, you know, go round it, round and round and round enough times that it's not a problem. But obviously, as I start, I want a load of kind of blank bit, for want of a better word. And arguably, I want some blank bit at the end. But you can't skip it when it's kind of in the round and you need to go round and round and round. So I need to work out how many repeats I'm going to have, how much I want to space out my pattern, because I'm not dissatisfied with this. I'm really not. It is a little busier than I originally depicted in my mind, and I think I need to potentially shrink these down to like one little rose ground in the middle, or do big, little, big, little, big. But I need to this is why I need to calculate how many things there would be, and therefore how much space I have. Because obviously, little rose grounds, I might even fit 2 of them in here, and then 2 of them in here. So I need to play with how much I've got and how much spacing I have, and work out, you know, because these, I think these work out as about 15 centimetres or something. Hang on. Come out, wherever you are. I know you're on here somewhere. I know my tape measures here somewhere, where it was. Aerial view time. Problem is I move things. And things go walkabout. And it's not always my fault. I am not the only person. There it is. No, I'm not the only mover of things. I do get furry assistance, so I reckon I need 38 inches, of which this is 6. Well, that kind of works out. Hear me out. If I did an inch, well no, because that would be an extra inch. I need an extra inch, don't I? So if I needed 40, if I did 40 inches to give me, you know, an inch of shit to hide and faff and fart with, I need something. What does 38 divide by? Well, no, I don't want to click on that. Well, that's not very helpful. 1, 2, 19 and 38 are the divisors of 38. I don't really want a 19-inch repeat, because, well, that's like the equivalent of the mat. Don't really want something that complicated. But if you don't start till an inch down, and an inch up gives you 17, which is no really any better. Odd numbers suck, but they don't, but they do. Odd numbers should be fairly good divisible by numbers on the grounds that that would give me a 9-inch repetition. That wouldn't give me an 8-inch repetition. 8-inch repetition would be how much longer? So if I took, hang on, working something out. See, that would give me one on one of those. So that would give me, if I kept this pattern level up, so big, small, big, small, big, small. If I kept that up, that would actually give me big at top and bottom. All the way down. Well, aren't I, clever girl? And then the same again would give us, so that would give us, so then I would just do 4 repeats of it and it would be the end. That could be worse. That definitely could be a lot worse. Definitely seen a lot worse idea. Yeah, that's a thing. That's definitely a thing. So all I really need to do is define an 8-inch pattern and print 2 of them. And then I can join them up. Except these, but that's why I need the inch at the top, because these are very close. These literally start kind of at the top and finish at the bottom. But then you add an inch for the joining factory, which gives you a little bit of leeway. And I have a 38-inch thing. So if I have 8, so that's 1, 2, 24, 32. You see, that doesn't add up, does it? How the fuck did I work that out? And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need to add. It's not a. So if I did 9, 18, 27, that gives me 36 with 2 inches left. 9.5 gives me 9, 19, 29.5, 38. No. Alexa, what's 9.5 times 4? Too old for this.
9.5 times 4 is 38.
Fucking didn't hear that last number. Alexa, repeat that.
9.5 times 4 is 38.
It is 38. Okay, so 9.5 is what I'm after. So all I have to do is equally distribute shit over 9.5 inches. And print it twice. And make it 4 times. Well, make then the 2 twice. That's not so bad. That's not so daunting. That's really not so daunting. 29.5-inch pattern. We can work on that. We can absolutely work on that. I mean, part of me wanted to print it out fully, so print out all four. I could still print out all four, to be honest, but it just means there's a lot of paper bulging out the back, which would be annoying. The reason 2 is good is because, well, 2 is better because it's smaller and tighter. But obviously the start and stopping of the stakes, got to remember to start and stop the snakes. That would only be the... But then even if the... You know... Could almost make the snakes snark and stop along the way. You know, they don't have to... Didn't have to be full length, maybe. Things to think about. So, now I've got to the end of some cloth stitch. Let us play. Let me fire up. Where is it? So, if I go to that. Problem is I can't tell if you can see it or not, and the answer seems to be no. Right, okay, I need to fix this. Hang on with me. Problem is I end up using these things for other things, so hang on. Bear with me. Sources, obviously. Oh, that's because I changed it to wind stitch to show that. Okay. Right, so. This joyous piece of crap that I hate. I need to make it. Can we do inches, please? Because right now, I've got a tape measure, I suppose. Hang on, tape measure. 9.5 inches is 25 centimetres. No, 24. That's right, I've got a tape measure, but it's got... That's the first centimetre, that's the second, and to me, my brain farts as to which end marks the end of a centimetre. So that's 15, that's 24, which is basically 9.5 inches. Okay. So we want 24, so we need to zoom out a little bit more so we can get it on the screen. There we go. Right, and then we want to group select. Oh, fuck off, Spambot. I was busy. Back to what we're doing. Right. So we need to group select a chunk. So how many have I got? I've got... Can't read that. That's... Let me move this to there. Right. So that says it is... It says it's 16 centimetres, which I know is a pile of horseshit, but because it's not. Let's try this again then. Yeah, that's a bit better. Right, that says it's 16 centimetres, so 16 to 24 is another 6. So we need to select from here to here 15, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's select there. And paste that and put that on the bottom. Now it'll look a bit wonky right now, but that's fine, because all I need to do to cheer it up is go motif, numbers. I need actually all I need is you, all of you. All of you come to mind. Like that. And to get rid of you and you, paste you here. No, it's not the bit I needed. I need you. Sorry, I want other bits of you. See, you're supposed to pick group. Why are you not a group of things? Everything else is a group of things. Fine. You. Why can't everything be the way I expected it to be? You. For goodness sake. Considering I made these, you really would think it'd be easier to do it. Because this seems to... No, it's not fucking selecting any. You. Thank you. And you. This should both be individually grouped together, but it's only then picking one of the lines within it when I try and do group select. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. This program really does suck. Load. I want angled lines from there. I then want top left lines. Need to get rid of some dots. This is the other problem is I want you don't want the dots. So, and of course they're not red. I've managed to make them all red before. Okay, we'll do it the hard way. I want to grab you. I want to grab you first. Copy, paste. You go there. I then need you. I need you to go there. I then need you. You've got to click on exactly the right bit or it just completely ignores you. And then I need you. I need all of you. Fine, can I have all of you instead? I mean, I don't care whose it is. Just someone give me the wretched blessed lines. Right, you go in there, like that. Right, and then we need to do the same on this side. So we need to do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. That should be right. So now we want this direction. Want you like that. Then we need you like that. And then Okay, you'll do, and one of you. I then need dotting tool. Let's cancel it. Dotting tool. Actually, I need to select a dot, like you, and I need to paste you in the middle and you in the middle. There we go. Oh, I've missed one, and I know I need one of you. There, you'll do it. Here. There. Except I'm doing a continuous strip, aren't I? So what I actually need now need to do these. That's not what I wanted. I now need right to go here. No, not there. I need that to go there. And then I need that to go there. And then I need... The reason I'm having them in black, mind you, it doesn't really matter because I'm going to print in black and white. Kind of... Let's print out 4 of them. Let's print out 4. So we need 4 stages. Let's... this was some ideas that I was playing with. I was trying to kind of put some stuff along the way, and the problem is sometimes it deletes the base dots and sometimes it doesn't, and it's really annoying. That's right, this is me marking the center line, so let's get rid of you because you were extra anyway. You now need to make it to the bottom. There we go. It's just me marking the center line so I can put things centrally, obviously. Problem is if I take this, for example, and plonk it on, it doesn't delete the dots. If I put one of the raised crowns on, it seems to delete the dots that were already there, which is just highly irritating. Because, well, it is. Shape, rectangle. So I need to print 4 of these things. These are too big, I think. Although, maybe a big one at the top and bottom work, or maybe one in the middle. Let's put the microphone a bit more at me now. Hang on. There you go. I do think that while we're just going to have 4 repeats of a strip, I am puzzled, concerned, intrigued, and many other things in life. So realistically, I'm going to have 4 strips that I need to have. So let's zoom way out and way up. There we go. First of all, let's fill this in with dots. Hang on. Fill shape, it's a thing. Hang on, if I do it at a more reasonable size, because it's just going to be shitty otherwise. Let me out. No, I don't want to start up there. Yeah, that's fine. Fill shape. Start about there. Fill in the missing rectangles. I also need to extend my edge lines down so that I know that I need to stop it being on point there, so that it can go just the other side. Oh, I haven't copied all of the dots down. Where did the dots go? Has it eaten a load of my dots? Or am I losing my marbles? So that looks kind of straight. Oh no, the dots have come back now. That's right, these dots down here have disappeared. So these dots indicate the join line as we know it. So these dots represent where the actual things butt together. That's fine. This is my central line that I will delete before I print. So I'm going to save this. File, save as. Strip to A. Right. And the reason I want to do that is because I want to mass select this and go print, you know, not much further down, but a bit. It will not be the right thing for a page, don't get me wrong, but a gap, not a big gap, so that we can kind of envisage what it will look like a bit. And we'll try and pretend that it's not misdrawing that. Right. Right, so if I zoom out, while it's not perfect because we've got gaps and not enough gaps to actually make it 4 pages, but we will need this one and this one to have the spiders all the way up to the edge that continue over the edge of the joints. So these two in the middle have got to have kind of like continuous, and then this bottom one's got to have the continued from above kind of thing. So the spiders can start there, and we need to zoom in. Why does it not do control for zooming in? Just why don't you? Right, so now we need to do basically we want to go group select, and I want basically from here onwards, I think. I want no, I need more than that. I need to go from there. Yeah, possibly. There. So that it goes more like that. Except, of course, I turned off snap into grid because I'm stupid. Let's try again. Like that. And then in here we need to remove that. And in here we need to remove no, not that one. Put it behind it if you don't mind. Why can't you so range items, move to the back. Let's see if we can pick up. No, I want you. You are the bit... That's the bit I don't want. There we go. Don't know why you're not red, though. Fine, we'll make you red the hard way. Change colour to red. There you go. And it's still not red. Why the fuck are you not red? How are you not red? Why are you not red? Change colour to red. And that red. It's because it's on the wrong layer. That would be why. But I didn't want... Delete. Copy paste. Fuck you. Right, now we need to delete some dots. Like that. And then some dots. We'll worry about duplicates in a minute. So for this one, we want to copy. I know I could have done it once and then duplicated it. That would be easier, but bite me. Since when did I ever do anything the easy way? So I need to copy. Not that level. That level. There, paste that over there like that, get rid of the dots, why is there a segment, extra segment in there? Yeah, it's because I want to delete something this end. Yes, I want to delete. You're going to make me do them one by one, aren't you? You arsehole thing. Right, that still doesn't explain you. Go away. Don't know where you came from. Itch. Right, and then we get rid of the dots here. That, and then basically we will steal the bottom of this and paste it on the bottom of this one. So it goes why isn't it lining up? Why are you not lining up, you piece of shit? It's because you're not on the grid. Oh, you arsehole. But you are. I've got itchy hand. Not that something I really don't need in life. Hang on, just need to Google something. So, I now need to grab these two, because apparently you are all wrong and doing it to piss me off. Group select, group you two, ditch you two. Actually, I'm being stupid. If I finish this one in here, number 2, wrong direction. If I finish number 2, if I complete this one so that this is continuous, I can then do a 180-degree rotation and the other two will be right. Except this is also not lined up. You shitbag. Which means you're not lined up. But somehow you kind of worked. But you are lined up. So let's fix that. Fucking hate life. Yeah. Unfortunately, Lace 8 doesn't speak anybody's language, is my understanding, because it's just shit. So I need to line you up. Now I can leave a bit more of a gap, but doesn't really. The size of gap right now is not important. What is important is the fact that I need to turn off that so that I can make these line up on the dots where I want them to line up. Like that. Like that. Which means I can put that back so that when I come to copy things, they're on the dots. Because I noticed that some of these dots aren't. I mean, let me quickly fix some of the fact that aren't. Select duplicate elements. 5 pixels will do. Go. There you go, found lots of duplicates, that's fine. Let's sort that out. So then you've only got 1 dot per thing, hopefully, in all the right places. Okay, so what I need to do now is this last little bit on here to make this continuous. So I need this bit to this bit. Yeah. And you'll see why this looks all wrong to start with. Now let me check I've got the 3 dots, so I want it to overlap there, and half the shit disappears while you do it. Just click to you. Okay. Now, I get rid of you, because you're off the page. That doesn't look right. Why does this not line up? That's because you're irrelevant. That's alright. You 3 should go. Like that. You 3 should go. Like that. You are also irrelevant. As are you. I thought I deleted you. There seems to be some duplicate lines all over the place. But that's fine. Now I need to delete you. And what happened to you? Oh, there you are. Get rid of you. Get rid of some dots. Dotty, 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 dotty. Missed. Dotty, 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 dot. It's really easy to miss removing some of these dots. Like that. I could have sworn I got rid of you. Right, so you need to go. See, there's 2 dots there for some reason. Even though I got rid of duplicates. Let's try that duplicate shit again. Select duplicate items. 5. I found 270 more. That's okay. So, I now have 2 strips. 1 end. 1 middle, and all I need to do is make it small enough. There we go. I go select a view, copy a view. Now the copy bit is slightly irrelevant, but this is where it gets complicated. So if I do transform, rotate around a point, so if I can flip it, but I can only flip it that way, I think. Vertical, horizontal. Yeah, horizontal, leave original, put place, left, right, right, go. Now, with you selected, I cut you and paste you. I've got you turned on, so that's a good thing. What I actually need is to be able to see what I'm doing. Hang on. So let's put you. There. It's really hard to tell because I don't know if you can see. Naughty Cat, are you awake? Please tell me you're awake. I don't want to sit like this forever. No, I know, but when you know what it's like when you're sitting like an idiot and you want just a quick, simple answer, right? Do you see spots all over the right-hand side of my screen? And like crazy shit in the middle? It's not just me then. Okay. Because the moment I click it and right-click, it all goes away. And this is while you're trying to carefully place shit. Hang on. I said rotate it, you piece of shit. It didn't rotate it. Let's try that again. It didn't actually rotate it, even though it said it did. I didn't pay enough attention. It didn't actually rotate it. Transform, flip. Direction, vertical. Maybe I want that one then. Top, below. Let's try this then. Leave original, put it below, go. That did it, right. So, we now have the 4 stages. There's some extra lines there, I'm sure. Anyway, because if you notice when it scrolls, they're not. There's some missing ones. There you go. There's some missing bits. How have I missed bits? Let me go back to the start. Hang on. There's no missing bits there. There's a missing chunk. Look. I'm missing the fan bit on this side. How the blazes did I do that when I started off with a copy of everything? There's a chunk missing there and there. It's missed a chunk. And if you notice, it's missed a chunk at the top of that one. And this one when rotated, but it's still missing the same chunk. Even though it should be upside down and so should be missing the bit. It fucking bakes this shit up. There's a bit missing there. Now, but that was there in the original. And now it's drawn it in. It's fucking lying to me. It's not drawing them. Oh, you arsehole. How am I supposed to work when you're not drawing it? Let's save that. Close that. Let's close some. Close. Yeah, fine. Save it. Yeah, you can do that. And then reopen it. Open. 2A. See, it's not drawn it. It's even put the dots in. But if I move around, that one that was missing a chunk and had drawn the dots in isn't in that one. It's now down here, where it was nearer the top earlier. The actual fuck is going on? Okay, so you've got some extra dots. Let's zoom in, because basically, let's zoom in. Now I've got to find it. There it is. So now we get rid of some dots. And we grab, well, preferably we grab all of you, but you're not going to play ball. How about some of you? Yeah, you'll do. Grab, paste. There, right. Let me make it a bit smaller again because it's easier to scroll. So, all there, all there, all there. All there, all there, all there. Again, missing some here. So we'll move that to the beginning of the screen. No, I didn't ask you the time. I'm trying to zoom in on the thing, thanks. Where's the... Yeah, you just zoomed in wherever you fancied it, didn't you? There it is. Right, so then we need to delete, 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 and find some of you. Paste. Paste you in. And then you're missing some here. And now we want probably you. Like that. And then there should be another one here. Right, 1, 2, 3. And we'll grab you. Paste you in here. Save it before you eat it. Right, let's zoom out again to see if we can spot more missing things. I see imperfections, but they're hallucinations. Right, so this is our strip, in theory, in 4 parts. That'll be how we count it. It's how we can count it, innit? 4 parts, 4 triangles, 4 parts. And needing, say, 7 strips. Now, this is when I really need to decide exactly how many of these buggers I needed, because I don't remember where I wrote down the dimensions of my window. But I had a feeling I needed 19 and a bit inches. And this measures, as a close enough proximity, 8 and a little bit, 8 and a quarter inches. So, yeah, that's not quite. Let me... Because I've got a flat join now, I can now work out a little bit more accurately. So these are 2 3/4, which I bet doesn't line up with the shit on the thing. Hang on. Let me measure it in centimetres, because, well, that's what's on the screen. So this says it should be 7 centimetres. And that shows it's slightly more than 7 centimetres. So we know that the grid on the screen lies in effect, which also means we're not entirely confident that it's long enough, because, well, once again, it's in fucking centimetres. Hang on. Options, preferences. There must be a centimetres to inches shit somewhere in here. I can't see it. Hang on. Minutes, points, number of steps. No, not in there. View. Rulers, centimetres, inches. So, that shows it as more than 8 centimetres, which is shit because we wanted 9.5. Even though we worked out that that was the right amount of space. Let's make sure that this is viewed in the right size. So where's the grid shit? That's the angles. That's not the one we need. Yeah, that's the angles. Where do you... There we go. Choose by grid. We want easy to find millimeters, 2.5. I wrote diagonal, didn't I? That's why I kept this. Yeah, diagonal. That's the one we want. See, that's not long enough now. How in the name of sanity is that not long enough? I hate my life. After all that effort, I hate my life. Right. Let me group select those, move it out way, then we zoom in. Problem is if I just use scroll wheel, it doesn't move the markers down the side for the ruler, so it becomes a proportional ruler. You have to use this slider for it to slide the ruler so that you can see. Now I want it to move to, I'm going to put a dot in so I know how far down I want. There. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need 7 dots worth. So if I go up, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I need to get you and paste you. Doesn't line up. You can't. Okay. So let's paste you and paste you there to line up, and then paste you down here, trying to line you up with the right things. I know it looks really freaky. You're not wrong there, Gav. Like that. Then I need to remove everything from here downwards. And actually I need to remove that extra line because you need to end on a... This thing really is infuriating. You have to select the line above for some things and not for other things. So if I select this line, it doesn't select it. If I select from this dot, it will do 2 dots. it doesn't do quite. You have to turn off snapping and select that line like that. But you see, that's not right. It's going to have that bottom line on it. But then that makes it... That's shit. That's the word I'm after. That's fundamentally shit. The reason why this is shit is because without this bottom row of dots, I need another row of dots here. But then this causes to need the next bit of the pattern, but it can't be the next bit of the pattern because, well, it's not got the end points. So I need to do this. I've missed one. Oh, I haven't put the... Let's turn snap to grid on, otherwise they're not on the spots. No, don't need that one. That one. That one, that one, that one. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Not you. Technically you, that one. It doesn't fit in 9.5 very well. And of course my internet just went up and down. Now, actually, this is not as bad as it sounds, because I technically want this like that. No, not like that. I don't know, because I can't see it, because you don't draw it properly. I mean, I can't see shit of what I'm pasting till I've right-clicked it and it's all over the wrong place. I need the bottom part, so I need those three. And I need to put them there. Now, the reason why, even though I only want it to 9.5, which is kind of above this line, these bottom ones, this group, no, this group here that I've just pasted on, bar you, not you, you can't unselect shit, which is also infinitely shit. Because I didn't actually select that dot, but it selected it because it's part of this group here. But if I want all of these to be really light grey. And they're now black, of course. For fuck's sake. Get rid of some duplicates here. Select, get duplicate items. Right, I need view, home, which one's got the layers on, 2, hide it, right, now you can see why it gets really confusing. So I don't want a black dot, but I now want to be on, fuck off, I now want to be on layer 1. Can't have anything selected when you change layer, otherwise it insists on moving everything. I need to get rid of all these random extra middle dots for things like this. And here. Now, I don't want to use layer colours because I want you to be grey. And why do I want them to be grey, people? So I know where they overlap, is the short answer. Now, technically, this one needs to overlap the other one, so I kind of... And this one needs to go on top. So what I actually need is a faint line to say this is where this shit ends, which will be kind of here. No, I did not click there, idiot. I do love it when it thinks it knows best. I want to click from like there to here, preferably a straight line, thank you. Oops, don't need the extra bit. I also hate how sometimes it decides you're done with the tool and sometimes it decides you don't. Right, so this line is the end of my... So we'll change you to grey because you are indication of the end of the row. Although it's now showing 9 inches, so I just need to check. You actually start one row too high. So I really need to move my ruler to there, like that. That's better. And of course you can't scroll wheel to find out where you're at. Go scrolling down. 6, 7, 8. Let's have a look. And now, of course, now it's shorter. Oh, for the love of God. I need to drink. Frankly, I need vodka, but I need a drink. Hang on. I'm going to do the dog thing. Hang on. Just going to check you can see what I can see and not what I don't want. Right, yeah, I put the right thing back. That's okay. Right. So, we have now established a vague base, although I need to repopulate part of my image. Let me put my table out the way a sec, and I can sit with my computer a bit more comfortably. Right. This is the joys of a wheelie table, in that I can turn the light off as well, because that generates a fair bit of heat. Don't need that. Right, so I need to select this line here, and basically I want them to be normal colour. Don't suppose there's a reset colour, is there? No, of course there fucking isn't. I want them black, so okay. So realistically, this line needs to move, and it needs to move down to here, because that is 9.5, which all works out. That's good. You need to be straight enough that I don't feel like you're drunk, and I won't hate you forever. Right. So one line is not really enough to do the overlap. even though it's a very continuous, boring pattern. Now, my central line of viewage needs to come down, and you do arguably need to snap to grid actually. Let's turn snapping back on. There we go. Right. So this is step 1, and it is now the right size. Okay. Now we're going to take you and return to reasonable size and actually put, I know it's going to sound stupid, but I'm going to put layer 2 back on so that I can see what I'm doing. Because if I get rid of you a second and move you far away, if I paste you, I want to be sure I'm pasting you at the right place. So I don't really care how far right of you are, I want to make sure you line up. So you are actually one row too short, you need to get up one, like that by the looks of it. Yeah, that's row 0. So then, of course I didn't select one of you, fuck off. But you can see now, it's a great chunk too short. I need to extend these lines here actually, down to the bottom. Extend a view. And of course now they're snapped to grid, so now they look wonky because they are. Let's unsnap you on your portion. You're not quite straight. That looks straight. And where are you? I need you a pixel or so to the left. No, that's not right. Looks okay. You, I still think, are actually a pixel out. Possibly there. Yeah, that's close enough. Right. So now I notice that all of the layer 2 shit has disappeared. Thanks for that. We've got a number of extra dots, so we need to get rid of the extra dots. I think, actually, even though we'd work... Oh, look, see, look, there's layer 2. It's because I hadn't copied it. So let's copy you. Copy you. Go back over here, make you bigger up. Pasting you in, because now I've got to get in the right places. And I need you on snap to grid, otherwise this doesn't work. So I need you kind of... See, that's not right. You need to go there. Yeah, that's good. So now I need to make you longer by quite a chunk. So let's group select, I don't know, that bit. Actually, no, not that bit. I need it to go from sticky out. I need a sticky out. Where are all my edge dots? It's one row out. For fuck's sake. I'm sure I lined this up properly. There. Right. Let's try that again. I need to do a group select, and I need sticky out dots from... So I'm guesstimating. I need sticky out dots of ending here. So I need kind of just done that. So let's do you like that, which give us that, and then we need to do this is like with doing maths exams. I now need it to come down, so it's got to go. I need from sticky out dot to inner dot about there. So kind of that. See, I know my shit. Yeah, it was close. I could have done with an extra row. I could have done with an extra couple of rows on each side, actually. So you start on the top left. You do not. Didn't think of that. I need to flip this. I need to select this and I need to transform flip vertical on top like that. Yay! That's right. Oh, to wrong direction. I want to go in. Right. So you need to come off. Need snap grip off so I can extend you up to the top and you up to the top. There. But I also need. So children, why is this true? Because I need. It's not quite true, is it? I need this to continue. You know what I really need to do? Other than suck up and grow a pair. Is... That's got the star on the left, that's got the star on the left. So this is not wrong. It's just not right either. Yes it is. Fuck me it is. Right. It is actually right. Brain farts. I was going to say what I should do is make it as all one piece, but then copy and paste it out and split it into 4 and just put markers where the bits join. So you, my friend, and you are both... why were they red before and now they're orange? If you could hear me blinking, you know that blink, blink noise, you need to hear it and go blink, blink, blink. They were red before. I swear, on my life, they were red before and now they're orange. They're all on the same layer, aren't they? Are you on the same layer? Is that what you're telling me? That you're all on the same layer, that you are not. Make sure nothing's selected. If I hide level 1, no, you're all the dots. That's okay. Well, not all the dots, most of the dots. Layer 2, and if we hide. How to confuse an idiot. Apparently really easily, but okay, so we can, now we're on level 2, we can make you grey, change colour to grey, and you grey, transform colour to grey, because you are basically the overlap. It's not much of an overlap, but it is an overlap. Now we need kind of the same overlap, but this side. So we kind of want to get rid of these dots that are in all the wrong places. Because, well, I don't like untidiness. And I need to insert picture, others. I need bottom right to go in here. I need to turn that back on. So bottom right, that, and then I need a bottom left, like that, and then you go grey, change colour to grey, and then you go change colour to grey, right? Because you are the overlaps. Then we put we should really put those dots back in, so we'll put you back, and you back, and you, and you, and you. And actually we do need you to be blue, so we're trying to make sure that everyone has a decent dot for me to stab my pins in and make sure that I don't miss some bits. Because these are part of these. You're missing one. Nautical, I know you understand this. Our strive for perfection in our craft is fucking dangerous. We are a danger to ourselves when we do this. Because we could spend 13 lifetimes just making this right, you know? And there's a dot in there that needs to fuck off. Now I'm convinced there's a wayward dot over here. Because, well, where did the other one come from? Programmer mind. This is where being a programmer really helps, because you're good at spotting changes in fast flowing data as you scroll through shit looking for error messages, and you get quite good at playing at scrolling through things and spotting differences. But it really doesn't help when program's an arsehole. It really doesn't. So you need to go. You're going to make me select them all by hand, aren't you? You and you. Because that's not a thing. No, not that one. Oh, of course, now you've deleted too much. Fine. I'll do it the hard way. I'll put the thing back. Load a picture I need from this way downwards. Like that, thank you. But it's not bold now. Why are all the others bold? Transform. Change width size, and I don't remember what size I had. That looks a bit better. Well, and this is it, right? We are a danger to ourselves because, you know, 13 lifetimes later and we're still making that dot look even, or you know, as I'm sitting here going, I'm sure I put these dots in, and I'm sure some of these are select duplicate elements 5 usually. So you found duplicates. I don't know where they are. Delete. Right. But see, I swear I coloured in dots, and yet I'm finding more in dots that I've missed. let's go back to here. Layer 1. It's not hidden anymore. Right, so I now need to select you, no, end of you, and pull you up to the middle. Alright, so I now have my 2 strips, because I see a dot. See a dot! Jesus Christ. I swear, it's like painting the Sistine Chapel. I mean, you know how, like, if you've ever watched some of those, like, makeover shows, and they, you know, they renovate someone's, like, entire house in, like, 3 days. They paint it in, like, 1.5, and then spend as much time again fanning around with the small bits. So, you know, putting a shelf on, deciding where the ornaments should sit, right? And tweaking them over 2mm to the left, right? I swear that is the stage of my life I live in, is the tweaking shit bit. Just a spot in that dot. I just swear that's all I seem to do. Tweak shit. You slap down a basis and it looks pretty reasonable. You then spend 15 years moving it 3 pixels to the left, you know? It's how it feels anyway. So let's have a look. We know that it needs to be symmetrical, but that we also need to repeat it upside down. So it doesn't have to be. So if I did small, big, small, big, small, big, small, whatever, right? How big do I want? Because these ones, they look nice, and I'm not against them, as you well know. And I have done many variants on a theme for which I have not decided which one I truly, truly wish. I think this is where I'm going to struggle. I really need to make some decisions about the sizes of spiders and whether I want to use rose grounds or even beads as my small object. So as a reminder, the rose grounds are the little dotty things. The squovels, for want of my better word. So whether I want a squoval in it as my kind of small dot, because part of me says yes. Whether I want other shapes, because of course there are other shapes. I hate my life. So, for example, another one that I can use is... where's the 3-pin shit? This one, the honeycomb. Now, on screen it looks pretty awful, but it makes a kind of oval shape. And they could look quite nice. So, for example, let's... That's okay. That's okay. What I could say is we could do a Discord thing, and then you could talk on my stream too. But that I have never tried doing that, so that could be complicated. That could be a thing for another day. And then we can shout at each other while we're fiddling, you know. So I have many shapes, and this is where my indecision and my paranoia and my kind of come into play. So I can't quite view them all on screen at that size. Honey, I sound like a suicide hotline victim, so come on. You know, I'm hardly the voice of an angel. let's be true here. I am not the voice of an angel. Now I need to work out where the middle is. So I've got, I reckon the middle. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to mark this. Let's do it with a line. I reckon the middle should be that dot there. Which is a really awkward dot for it to be the middle. Okay, let's look at this one because it'll be easy to work out. So, your top, your bottom. I need to make it slightly smaller, right? So your top, your bottom. Now, because they're half on, half off, it does mean that the middle is not the middle. Well, shit. The middle is not the middle. What do I mean by the middle is not the middle? Well, kind of exactly that, really. Is that the middle dot, the middle line does not fall on the point of one of the spiders. It falls off point and pisses me off. Well, shit. But it shouldn't do. Oh, I suppose it's groups of 7, isn't it? Previously, it fitted because it fitted. Well, shit. But I've got to space out. I want to space out because clearly I do not want uneven spacings. Because, well, that just sucks. And we're not having that. I hate you, computer, and I hate my life. How can I even this out without it ending up miles too long, miles too short? You know what the answer is, don't you? I think I know what the answer is. If I move that up 3 dots, or down 3 dots, fucking really wouldn't. If I moved everything down 3 dots, but it's not 3 dots, it's 2 dots. Shit. I need to move it down 3 dots, which then doesn't line up. I hate you, computer. No, it is 4 dots. It does work. Does work. Does actually work. Okay, hear me out. I need to move these from here down 4 dots. Got snapped grid on. So if I grab one of these and move down 4 dots, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Right, bear with me. And I move basically these ones down here, the last 4 rows, now are ghost dots, right? So if I select these 4 rows here, which are extra rows, and you didn't select the row I wanted, I didn't want you to draw a wiggly fucking line. You went back too far, didn't you? No. What? You did, you went back too far. Redo it. Thank you. So, I need to select this line for a minute. I don't know why there's a grey line there. Hang on. I need to zoom in because I can't see what I'm looking at. This is the join line, which I have moved inadvertently. And I need to move up now. 1, 2. Let's put it to here. Let's let it sit on a... Right. Everything under here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Everything below here, yeah, that's fine, is now grey. Change colour to... Change fucking colour to grey. So, maybe this will make sense. Maybe this won't make sense. Zoom out a bit. And of course now I can't see what I'm looking at because you didn't go back to... You didn't zoom on what we were working on. You zoomed. And I need to put dots in. So I need to fill shape. I need a rectangle. And I need a fill shape of... No, that's not a rectangle. What part of that looked like a rectangle? Rectangle. Fill shape, thank you. And I need to fill you. And you, if you don't mind. Thank you. So I put a bit more blank at the top. Now, this finishes on the right hand side. This has got to all move down 4 dots. So I need to zoom out. Not that much. Group select all of you. And then I can zoom back in so I can see what I'm doing. You need to come down. One, 2, 3, 4. I know why this looks wrong. It starts in the wrong place. I need a row of dots above it. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4. I need you to have a row of dots on top. So hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. You are one of the rows, so that's okay. Put you there then. I now do come across here. Hang on. I need it to be a bit smaller. I need to do fill shape of 3 dots like this. Yep, that's good. So that starts on the same row. That's good. This then gives me the left hand one and completes that, which is fine because that's going to be that left hand dot there. I think this is right. You'll have to bear with me. You, where's the interview? You're gonna let me select you? No, because you're not the thing. So I need to draw you across here like this. Okay, so you're still not complete. Well, don't you suck donkey balls. I've clearly not quite calculated the right number of dots. Pants. I hate you. I thought I'd solved this. And of course, let me go back and check everybody lines up. So you're at the top. You are indeed on 0. Let me scroll down using the actual scroll thing. You are at 9.5. So you are the right size. We can eventually afford... We can't really afford 2 more dots, though. Or can we? I'm not sure 2 dots would help us. It would for the right-hand side. Yeah, it would for the right-hand side, but not so much the left. But we can possibly fix that. So if you were 2 higher on the left, you would then be the middle, back kind of where we started. Which means you would have started... See, then that doesn't work. If you were 2 dots higher, I would be part of the way through the left-hand piece. I'm stupid. They don't need to be equal sizes. They just need to work out to be equal sizes. So while I need 9.5 times 4, if I take away from one, I can add to the other. So if you start there, which means you start here, which would be right, because you... This would be right. All I need to do now is make you finish... You can afford to be 2 dots lower, because that will only add 1/4 of an inch, and that's fine. We can suck that up by 2 dots higher for this one. So what we would do, I was right, you take 2 dots off the top of this. Now I wanted 2 dots off the top of this. Stop being awkward. See, now that's 3. I only want 2. Pick 2 fucking layers of dots, please, program. 2 dots like this off this one to make you 1 nano dick shorter. You are then able to be these, so we can get rid of the dots. There, 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 and 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 there, 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 and there are these 3. 1, 2, 3. I need a... I don't like that. And I need that one. That. And then I need a... That one. Will do. Going up here. Like, no, I want a downwards one. That one. I need to snap to grid because back off, you're being annoying. Need that one. And then I need that one. Like that. Okay. Yeah. So this one gets to be 2 longer because that one's too short. I don't know what the 1000 is. I know that 2000 is that Twitch screwed up streaming to you. Let's see what it says. It says, well, according to that, 1 out 1000 is. Hang on, why do I get everyone every Twitch stream? It suggests that you've got an ad blocker and that you're blocking something, but I don't think that's the case. I mean, it might, but I doubt it. So hang on, right. So you start then on that dot. Well, so have I, but not. But you know what I mean, in that it's got to be the right kind of ad blocker for it to be the problem, if you know what I mean. So let's put you back to orange. I don't suppose orange is really a colour I've got. It's close enough. And put you. Change colour to orange. I need you to be fatter. You to be fatter. You to be fatter. Because the pedantic in me is just that way inclined. You to be fatter. Right, so you start 2 higher. And you finish. You start on a thing. You start with those 3. So you've got to end oh, come on, brain cells, wake up. You've got to end. See, if you see the problem is this line goes clearly through the dots on the spider. But this one, the dot is one. So the in dot, it's not got the outside of the pointy dot. It's got an inner dot. On this one, it's an inner dot, but it doesn't line up with the things. So hi, Nick Kisser. Why are you being an arsehole, computer? Why is this not adding up? These dots on this one, these dots here, have got to be 1 dot lower. But how can they be 1 dot lower? That's not a good thing. But the dots here are on the outside thing. Somewhere in here, these dots don't add up. Dot on the outside. dot on the outside. Dot on the outside. So the dots line up. So how in the name of fuck do I make this add up? The answer has to be, you are 2 longer, but you're already 2 longer because I've taken 2 off of you. But that's okay, because the 2 that makes you 4 longer than this one. So the middle pieces will be 4 longer, so that's 8 longer. So they'll only be 4 lines longer, which is under half an inch. Still a fair bit. I'd be happier if it was less. Oh no, because so I'm planning. I did originally start. I did a whole section of cloth stitch on my square, and then got distracted because the wars are annoying. Wars are pointless, and the people who need. What wall? What wall? Hi, Silver. Oh, Silver of Dragon, my brain hurts. Lace 8 is dicking me around and making my head hurt. So let me remove this line because I think it's actually distracting me now. I now need to make a note of where I am. So let me put dot there. So I'm trying to plan my strip, and if I zoom out a fair chunk, hang on, go back up to the top. Ignore these bits on the right, they're fiddles. I've got like the top. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate them. So this is like the 2 end pieces, and these will be the next one in will be the 2 middle pieces. And I'm trying to make it all add up so the right size, so that I can split things across them evenly, because obviously I want to evenly space decorations down the strip. But I've obviously got to print them out, so I need overlapping sections, and I need, which is why I've got grey bits, and so I've got a grey bit on the left one because it overlaps with what will be on the right one, except now it doesn't. Fucking bollocks. Except now it don't. Well, that's just dandy, innit? Let me do this again, because, well, no, it still don't. Thank you. Oh no! No. Bird strikes are not good. Bird strikes are not good. Very much not good. Poor little birdies. I need to bring this down. I see, man. I need to bring you down. What's that? I get that, but one of the things I haven't worked out is if, for example, I made a 1 metre long strip in lace 8, which is a lot harder than it sounds. If I made it 1 metre long and I tell it to print it out, yeah, that's unpleasant. It's not good for the engine. I know this because of who I work for. But I also know it's not very good for the seagull. They do tend to turn into mincemeat. And it gets really gross in there. It's a bit like trains going over humans. It's kind of the same kind of deal, but on a smaller scale. Oh, that's a good thing. If it goes in the engine, it can be a real problem. That can take your plane down. Oh, it's where the 3 pairs goes. It makes my snakes. Hang on. I've moved everything. Have you seen my snakes? It makes the snakes. It's these 3. It's not going to highlight them. These 3 go into a spider, and then between the 2 spiders, they go as straight lines between the 2 spiders. So hence there's 3 lines. Just to kind of show where the snakes are. Basically, you've been on the Facebook group. There was a big kind of song and dance, and Joe Eddington, or whatever her name is, or what is her fucking name? Just be nice to her and get her name. Well, that's the thing. No, usually it takes the engine out and they have to take it out for repair. Yeah, apparently Joe Eddington, or let me find out what her name is. Hang on. Brain useless. I definitely so need a new brain. Yeah, hang on. Joe Edkins, who does like the kind of lace Bible website. She's gone absolutely all over my spiders because she's acting like I invented them, and there's no way I did. I'd seen them on something else, and so I don't claim to have invented it. She's on Facebook, the beginner Facebook group that you're in. My snakes have been on there, and there's been quite a few posts because I posted my snake because I asked her about it, and she was like, well, I asked the group if they'd seen them, and they all kind of blinked at me like I spoke in Russian. And then so I worked out how to make my snakes, posted it saying, look, I made mistakes. And Joe Aitken went, oh, great, can I post that on my thing? And I kind of went, yeah, I was half expecting to mention me on it, but she didn't. And so she's then added that to her website as how to make the snakes. And then she's posted a bunch of patterns with my snakes in, and everyone was guffawing about how great her snake bookmarks were. How did you miss it, dude? Did you sleep through it? I mean, I do that a lot with things. I kind of scroll, and then realise I missed something important. Fair enough. Hang on, let me see where my pillow lines up as. Hang on, because I turned everything off because I was doing this. Hang on. Oh, where's pillow? Let me turn the light back on. Right. Let me put a cloth down. Hang on, so you can see it, because you need the dark. Otherwise, you're not going to see crap. So, put this down. Put these down. Hang on. Alright, let's put that in the middle. Hang on. So, let me zoom in a bit. Now, I've been working out my joins, but as you can see here, these are my snakes. So these are the snakes, and then if I can really zoom in, hang on, tonk. Exactly, right? So you basically make a snake, and then the 3 legs that would have come out on say, on this case, on the left. Oh, you can't see that far down. My hand's too small, right? But if you have like this is this snake, the 3 points that come out of here that would have come out down this side, keep going, and because they keep going and aren't splayed apart by being held apart, they join together, so they make snakes. And if you ever saw, and if you haven't, go to YouTube and search for I'm a snake, you get I'm a snake. And basically, I can't but think of that the whole time that I'm making these, but basically it gives you a snake effect. It is. And basically, they're made by these. So you make a spider, and the 3 legs, say here, come out of a spider and go straight into the other one. But if you coloured them, think about this, if you colour them, they bounce between. You can almost make it, well, you can make it bounce between the things. So you could literally have, if you had a really bold colour, so pick red, and everything else was white, they'd be kind of pinkish, but at the joins, but during the actual body of the spider. But you'd have red body, you'd have a red zigzag kind of going on, whereas everything else would be white. So it kind of works. I mean, obviously it's got the bodies, but it does mean that you have, you know, where it curves, it would be a mingle of the 2 colours. But you could do a kind of a coloured snake, and it would stay within the snake, which is quite cool. And so, you know, because what I remember is round about Christmas, seeing dark blue, like waves, and them were the snakes. But can't find it anywhere on the internet. I've searched high and low for waves and lace and blue, and I went through all of the lace groups that I was in. Couldn't find it for nothing. So I'm not claiming I invented them. But at the same time, I may have documented them, and that may be the difference. But Jo has put them on her website, Bible thing, so that people know how to basically make my snakes. And obviously you can do smaller ones and bigger ones. So you could do 4-legged ones, so that you'd have a bit more body to it. But basically, I like them. No, you do the full body. So you do the full snaky snake. Hang on. I'm after. Hang on. Hang on. Calculation in progress. Please be aware I am not on my best today. So you do. That's got 4 legs. It must be 5 then. Yes, you don't do the spider. You don't do the border on one side, and then you just keep going so that the 2 spiders overlap. And it's the overlapping bit that allows the... So, normally, you would have had... Where's my thing? Right, where... Let me go to this. Right, hang on. Come out of here. I hate lace 8 because none of it works the way I want. So, normally, you have a spider and it goes in... It's going to be easier to copy them, isn't it? In from there. In from there. And then... out like this, right? So what goes in must come out, kind of thing, right? Give me a whole one. I want you to pick a whole one. Give me a whole one. There you go, whole one, right? So you have normal spider, right? So what comes in, and normally we would denote them with a more spidery, this kind of pattern, right? And these are effectively the same because, ooh, that's not the dot I was expecting, but it'll do for now. I'm not going to fight it. I don't know why these are green and huge, but I'm going with it. Right. Yeah, but that's not what I'm meaning. This is the spider you make, right? So you make this right-hand spider. That's the spider you make. But instead of these 3 legs coming off and splaying into a border, which I don't think I can... Hey, fuck off. So I don't think I can ungroup these, can I? Ungroup, yeah. So instead of... You're going to let me pick things... Oh, all you seem to... What can I do? Why can't I pick... Oh, I can if I pixely perfect. I hate this application. Sometimes you can pick things and sometimes you can't. And Cool. Yeah. So somewhere there is the ability to select the things that I want, and somewhere, and you can't unselect things once you've selected them. Oops, didn't mean to move you. Anyway, if I put these dots, so these blue dots are pins that you don't do, right? So for the first one, you do all of the other bits exactly like this, but these ones, the lines come out straight. So they then stay grouped together and give you this shape. I know I can't remove the bits that I want, so they actually come out straight. So instead of those bits, they disappear. Let's see if I can do this, actually. Oh, fuck off! I really do hate this application. So I want to get rid of them, and I want to get rid of that. Right, so I can't get rid of half a line, so you'll just have to ignore those. But they then come out as this shape here. Right, let me make this bolder and blacker, right? And black. Change colour to black. So they come out as a straight line, which means when it goes into the next one, That's right, my table's moving and my autisticness is really kicking in, because when I get frustrated, I just get really frustrated. So now, this end goes to be the middle, because these aren't quite long enough. Yeah, so you end up with more of this shape. So you have the three. I just couldn't be asked to try and draw the bodies, because you may notice this program and I do not get on. I only have so much patience for it before I want to slap it really hard. And I'm already there. I mean, for example, if I zoom out, not maybe quite that far, but if I zoom out and go back and get, say, this. So I highlight this. And I copy this, and I want to paste it somewhere, and I zoom out a bit because I need to do this. It leaves things drawn all over the screen while I'm doing it, and then sometimes you'll do things and it hides, so you're trying to line things up and it'll make things disappear, and like that it then tries to make dots disappear, but then the moment you click it does stuff, and it doesn't conform to any of the standard UI design for computing, so it's not consistent. So sometimes right click cancels everything and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it will do it once and then just immediately forget. It doesn't draw things right when I'm drawing trying to move the ruler. You can make it draw outside the window. The lines aren't drawing where they should. It's just got... So I made, as you can see, I made a motif and I made each of the parts, and then I also made a couple of bits by joining them together. So to make my own life easy, I made a kind of a starting point. So there's a start, and if I want, I can, of course, select it, flip it, and that's a bottom kind of thing, right? And I made a zigzag version, so I joined a load of my pieces together to make a zigzag, right? So I have done those. I have made, to make my life easier, sections. So I have each of my bits. I've got each of the legs, and although that body and that body are arguably the same because they go in the same direction, and realistically it should have dots on each end. Not if you're going to put, if you were just adding, so if you've got a dot, you don't really want another dot, so I made dots only on one end. So yeah, I did make it into motifs, but what I actually did was I drew them using this. So I kind of went, I want a line, and I want a line like this, hang on. So I need it to be, let's say, 4 long, like this. And then I need another one, so I need snap to grid not to be on. and then I zoom in like buggery because, well, it's too small, and then I did like a second line and then another line, which is why they don't all start quite at the same point, like that. And then that's a bit short even by my standards. Let's do the big in. So let's kind of go from there to there, like that. Still a bit short, but never mind. And then group it, group things together, and then save it as a motif. So I did all of that to, you know, try and help my sanity. What I'm trying to do at the moment is make a metre long strip in 4 parts, but they're not going to be 4 equal parts. But then I've got to distribute, which I haven't decided on what spiders and things of decoration I'm going to do, but I then need to be able to decorate it and keep things evenly apart, so that when I rotate these and make the bottom half, that it doesn't all go Pete Tong and everything's out of whack. Now, the problem I have at the moment is that my brain has not brained very well. Silver Dragon, one of the most annoying things I also find with this, again, this doesn't work with UIs. A, you can't control or alt scroll mouse wheel to zoom in and out. Secondly, if I zoom with just my mouse wheel, it moves things but doesn't move the ruler. To move the ruler, you only moves when you use the scroll on the side of the window, which should be the same thing, but it ain't. So I've reported all of these bugs, and every time I do, I speak to her. She only makes lace and doesn't understand computers. She then passes her garbage on. She doesn't just send my email on to the guy who programs. So the programmer can't understand what my problem is because she can't explain it. And if I try and talk to him, she doesn't understand it and won't pass it on. So I can crash it, and neither of them will help. I hate this program. Absolutely hate it. Because, I spend my life partly as a programmer, and the last thing I need is to be asked around. Yeah, I mean, you're wrong. You're all in the wrong place. Come here. I hate the fact that sometimes finding the thing to click on is next to impossible. So I'm trying to find the other end of this line, and the only way I can find the other end of this line is to highlight the good end, but it's still not highlighting this end of the thing. And if I do that, all it does is highlight the dot, and if I try and move the dot, it doesn't always move the dot. So now I've got the thing. Now I can move this to here. Now I can try and put this dot back, and I need to put Snapgrid back on to moving my dot, otherwise my dot's not in the right place. I now realise that this dot is not in the right place. Right. Now, what I'm struggling with is I need a total of 38 and a smidge inches of strip to make my window. I have not yet calculated exactly how many wide it is. Yes, many. Hundreds. I've written a finance system. I've written a patching system. Some of my greatness is a patching system, a tool to take all of the input from suppliers, and then you type in, say, I want to buy 600 reams of paper, and it will tell you which supplier will do that the cheapest. I write programs and utilities all the time. Hang on, let me do a thing on OBS to share my desktop. Hang on. Let me do a thing on OBS to share my desktop. Hang on. Because otherwise this is not going to go well, right? Let me add capture. Well, that's kind of where I'm heading to, I do think. that's kind of where I'm desperately, sadly, likely to end up. Now, I need to minimise some shit. What I'm not seeing is pretty much, which is kind of the shit bit, to be honest. Right, so you're going to get a little bit of mayhem, I think. Hang on. That I can cope with, to be honest. I can't say I agree with it. But I will say I do, you know, hang on, fit the screen. There we go. Right. So I'm just trying to set this up so you can see what I see. Right. Here you go. If I show you, hang on. So, Alright, this is my Raspberry Pi. I am Unix friendly. I've been playing with Unix since I was 16 years old. However, I am a Windows developer. So, I am a PC developer because obviously Windows wasn't a thing when I started. I know 25 odd computer languages. So, sadly, while I cannot speak your language, Silver Dragon, if you spoke computer languages, we are in, right? So let me let me show you a bit of what I've been doing. So right, this does not mean a lot to absolutely most of you, but as an example, here is some code that I've written. It's not very long, it's not hugely exciting. Right, so this one, what it does is it looks for new versions of Unity. Now, I use Unity, and for those of you who have not tried, I have a number of shitty, and that is the only word for it, games that I have written. I'm not really a games developer, I need to point that out. So if I quickly do... Right, I have a number of silly games that I've written. Now, so I play with Unity a lot, hence there's Unity icons down the bottom, and I look out for new versions. But I have written this application, and what this does is it checks for new versions. So the best way to do that is to go to their documentation website, look at the bottom of the page. So if I bring up, get rid of that second. Alright, go to docs. It's not going to bring it up, is it? Unity. Going to be awkward. Okay, let's bring up U and docs. Docs. .unity. Yeah, that'll do. Right. This is the normal thing. So if I go to here, right down the bottom, if you go to... That's not where I wanted to go, actually. It's close to where I wanted to go. Manual. Why are you being awkward? Scripting API, maybe. No. It's because it's stuck on packages. I don't know, 6. It's not got enough zeros. There you go, that'll do. Right. If I scroll down to the bottom of here, it says built from 6000.0.5 and there's a magic number. If you put in, for example, 6.2, right, it brings you up to 6.21. Again, built from 6.2 beta 5 magic number. But if I open up my Unity thing and I go to which ones I've got installed, now I haven't installed 5 yet, but if I go to install editor and I say pre-releases, beta 3 is the only one that they offer. They haven't released 4 and they haven't released 5. But I can, if that is available to download, my thing checks whether there is a download for that, and it does that by, it goes to where the download should be, which is basically a combination of where it is. So it goes here and it says, I go to download, I put in the little magic code thing that I found and the version. If I get back that this exists, send myself an email that with the download codes for where it is. I then run that on here because, well, it can stay. My Pi's always on. It's my DNS, it's my ad blocker, it does a whole load of things. So I wrote a service that sits on my Unity boxes. So I don't need a space in that. It's anything else. So, but here is my service running, and it goes off and it looks for new versions and sends me emails, which is great. Now, I can do complicated, pretty things. I am tempted to do a lace making one because in my mind, I should be able to do it without quite a lot of stress. And some of, as I said, some of the things that bug the living snot out of me about lace 8 are things that I would never be comfortable releasing to the public as a finished work of art, right? If I show you this, hang on, my project. This is Dungeon Disasters. This is the thing that I've been working on very extra casually, mainly because I don't look at it that often. I go through spates. I'll do a little bit on it and I'll maybe get really into it, fix lots of stuff, do lots of stuff, and then not touch it for 3 months. So it's a very casual thing. But if I hit play, this bit in the middle, I said play, please, thank you. This allows you to wander around. You pick. It helps if you pick things up so you can see it. Oh look, there's the key. That'll do. Right, and you go out and you wander over to the door. I happen to know where everything is, of course, give or take a bit. There are things I don't know where they are because they're randomised. But there's a dude in a cage here. There's a little spider who slowly walks around here. Someone left with blood all over the floor. That was very careless. But spidery walks around. Now I've got the key. I can open the door. And well, here's the other problem. Doesn't that look like a really inviting place to walk out? Well, what I happen to know is there's a dude around the corner. And I can fight him. And it's random as to how well you do. But there are calculations involved. So I'm better than him, so I have a greater than chance. And there he is. You'll die and disappear in a second. Boof. And there's another dude around the corner. Anyway, you can avoid the dudes. You can just ignore them. But they have got keys on that you need to escape. And you know, here's me wandering around. And I had a big problem. And it can only be described as frustrating. This corridor should be dark. Apart from the light at the end, this dark corridor should be dark. So if I go back and shut the door. Shut the door. Come on, shut the door. I'm not close enough. Come on. There you go. Right, shut the door. Because normally you don't bother, but, you know, shut the door. Right, this should be pretty dark. But the problem I was having is that lights through these very solid walls was coming through. And so this bit here, where standing here in this corner, if I didn't have my candlelight, should be black as a badger's butthole. In fact, if I go to, hang on, I click on it over here, and dunk, this is what it should look like, right? There is no light source, no reflective light. It should be dark. Well, the problem was, in various versions of Unity, the lighting, how they've worked out lighting, what they do, seems to change. So if I come out of this, yeah, I know it's already open, and I use this application because it's slightly less painful. Don't ask, just don't ask. Hit refresh to make sure it's all good, and I say upgrade it to 50, right? Because this seemed to break it. So let's show you this. Give it a second. Has to work out a couple of things before it does it. the reason this is good is you say, if you try and open it in the normal Unity thing, it goes, oh, that's a different version. Do you want to open it in that? Yes. And the moment you open it, it goes, oh, this is a different version. Do you want to open it in that? I've already said yes once. Don't try my patience. Shrink you for a minute. And if I go into lighting, give it a couple of seconds, click generate. But basically, hang on, it's thinking, where am I? That's too far. So what was happening is that when it's finished, it's still working it out in the bottom here. When it goes wrong, these corridors that basically are dark as a badger's butthole, all the lights show. And it's kind of like, well, that's not a thing. Oh, it is still doing it. That's right, it just says it didn't look like it was doing it. It's just taking its time. It's one of those things, and it's like, well, it's not a thing I've done to it, because all I've done is open it in a slightly different version. And it is very infuriating for games people around the world, in where you've got stuff and there's no logic to why it suddenly doesn't work. And you know, stuff like that can drive you utterly insane. Now, I wouldn't write a lace making program in this. I mean, I could, but I wouldn't. Having a games engine do it is probably not the wisest and best thing. I mean, it's good for graphics and stuff, but it's not good for... I mean, I could. It's got a 2D engine. You could do it in that. Well, it does. It fakes a 2D engine more accurately. But you do find yourself kind of sitting there going, there's only so many issues that one brain cell can do. And when it's not something you've done, how do you know where to fix it? Because at least if it's your code, you wrote it, you should know where all of the bits are and how it is, and all of that. Everything else, well, if it's written by some boffins far, far away who haven't told you they've messed with it. I mean, I've got the same problem at work, by the way. Something went wrong at the end of last week, and suddenly loads of things are different, but everyone's going, no, I never made any changes. Well, somebody did. So let's see if it does it this time. Come on in. Finish. No, you're not going to do it this time, you bugger. But normally, this suddenly gets really light, and all the light streams in from the lights that are behind two walls. Moreover, two walls with an air gap. So this is the wall. Hang on, let me make it a bit easier to see. Right, hang on. I know they're blue. Wait for it. Right. Now you can see without light. So this wall here has an air gap. Then there's another wall, right? And yet the lights from this wall, from the other side of this wall, were coming through. Now, originally, I had one-way walls. Now, what that means is that from the inside you could see the wall. From the outside, this wall was invisible. And I can show you what that looks like. Hang on, where's this brick thing? Hang on. We can go in here and we can go front on that and save and back here. So now you can see that when I'm on basically the wrong side of the rule, i.e. the side the player sees is all solid, but makes my life easy when, like from up here, I can now do a kind of bird's eye view because the ceiling disappears. This is far more efficient from a game's perspective because you're not drawing shit people can't see. But it was meaning that the light, even though this hits a solid wall here, somehow was streaming through to here just to piss you off. Now, part of the reason for that would be, if I turn this back to what it should look like, so you can see where all the lights are now. If I go to this, say this wall, you can't really see it when it's set to this, but if I go back and put my double back on, hang on, both, and save it, you can see that like here, this light's near the ceiling, so it's lighting up the ceiling. Well, this light, if you've got an invisible wall from the side that the light's on, even though the side you're on says that no, I wouldn't, this corner could be, all colours of the rainbow. It's through a wall, I can't see it, because you're, say, here. You wouldn't expect to see that. And I like how the floor's disappeared now. How did the floor disappear? Oh, look, it's all gone mad. Right. This is the story of my life. So now my floor's disappeared. Well, that's not right. Well, yeah, it was all fine a minute ago. See, that's not changed. All I did was do something and put it back the way it was. Oh, hang on. That's because I wrote back. Dick. Well, that is my fault then. Right. There you go. But this extra bright wall was shining through this wall because this side was transparent, so it saw that it would shine through it. Even though this is solid, it didn't realise it couldn't see. But I don't write that code. Yeah, no worries, Silver. But this is something I mess with when I'm bored. So I spend a lot of time downloading copies of Unity and getting nowhere fast with it, is the short answer. But there are lots of versions of Unity, and I basically am a hogger of things. Anyway, let's go back to this. There's my laser window. There it is. Just check that that's what you're now seeing. Yes, it is. Good. There you go. So I need you to end where you start, don't I? So when I rotate it, it works out. So you are the bottom half there. When I no. I need to scroll into this. It's so much easier if you could just use your scroll wheel. Right. I need this. I need to I'm going to rotate, leave original 180. And now I'm going to have to zoom in, because otherwise I'm going to click on all the wrong shit and lose and duplicate stuff. And I'm going to... Actually, I didn't mean to do that. Well, I can let go. So you've eaten it now. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. Let's try that again. We will group select you. We will rotate you. Leave original 180 degrees. Cut you. Scroll down. Paste you. No, that is right. Holy shit. That actually works out. So you continue on. So that continues on. Look. That continues on because that is the half of that. So that is the continuation point, but one row is not needed, which is fine. That is fine. That really does work out because this bottom row of this one, this bottom row here, can be... Fuck off. Bottom row here should be grey. No, I want the whole row. If you kind of don't mind. This whole row here. No, not you as well. Oh my god, I hate this program. Zoom in. Get you off. I want this row here to be grey. Colour grey. Like that. Because you go on to here. Because that's your row there. And then you pop out the other end. You should work out, because, well, you should. So, yeah, you should. No, you don't. Pants, 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 pants. Because you are 4 rows into this now. And I don't want that. You were right when you were the other way up. Okay, that's fine. We can flip you round. We can flip you round. We can solve this, children. This is fine. What we do is we get rid of you because you're just taking up my life. Hang on. Zoom out of you even more. You are just taking up memory and brain cells that this program clearly doesn't have to spare. What we need to do is we need to take you and I need to, let's take you and mark you because we'll need that, and grab you and paste you over there a second. You'll see why I'm doing this in a minute. Grab you, take you and cut and paste, and you go underneath this one and we'll try and line you up. Let's zoom in a bit. Go down, 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 deeper and down. Right, you need to go, say, there. Like that. Then we zoom out to go and find where the flying hell I wrote put you, and we grab you like this. Copy, well, cut actually. Let's not make life harder. Oops. And then we go. Then we go and put you down here a bit more. Somewhere about there. And what we need to do is grab you, maybe not quite that much of you, grab you and put you on the bottom of here like this. Oh, that didn't work out, did it? Or did it? It did. And then mark you. No, not all of you. You. I don't want you to be grey. I only want the bits I added to be grey. Thank you. So let's hide layer 2 a sec. Hide. Well, that's really helpful. So actually, you are on layer 1, which makes you a shit. So let's try and select you. Select. Zoom in, because can't see shit. You. And of course now I'm not on layer 1, that's why I can't select anything. You, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you are all supposed. Come on, I was adding you. Oh, and of course it doesn't use shift, it uses control to add, which makes it, again, really annoying. 2. Yes, I do. Right, so they all disappear now. Now I scroll down here, and you. Oh, of course, back on layer 1. Layer 1. No. I want to click you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you and you. To be led to. Yes, I do want to move them. No, I want to unselect them if you don't mind. Drawing tools. Can we unselect? Can we now not have them selected when I want to select back to layer 1? Because, of course, you now can't change to layer 1 without it going, oh, do you want to put them back? No, I don't. What I was trying to do, thank you, was this, which was group select. And I need to make sure I've got the right bits. Yeah, basically, you and make you grey. Because, change colour to grey, because you're the overlap. You and you and you and you do, however, need to move to layer 2. Because you're staying like that. That's actually to you. Ooh, there's an extra dot there as well. Now 1. No. You sod off. You and you need to go to let 2. That. Yes. Right. You and you 2. Yes. Now 1, no. You do. It's a shame you can't just like right click and send to layer. Right, layer 2. And then get back to layer 1. That's what we've got. No, don't want to put them back where they came from. You need to be layer 2. 2, yes. Right. Now 1. No. So, now we zoom out, and we should have 3 strips of joy. Let's turn layer 2 back on for visibility. So, we now have 3 strips. We now got to do the same for the last one. So, we need to just checking it's going to be the right way around. I'm not sure it is, but we will check when we get there. It should be, because this overlap at the beginning looks right. This overlap here. These 3 are those 3, so that should be right. So if I select all of this, file, no, draw tools, select all of this, like that, and do transform, flip, leave original on top for the moment, yeah, go, chop it, paste it. Yeah, it is right, you know. Zoom in, because, well, we're blind. That seems to be the last one. Yeah, that seems to be the last one. So we paste you, say, there, like that. That should be our whole strip. That should be the entire work of art, broken into 4 pieces. See, if I was making this, I would allow you to design it as one piece and, you know, put in almost like page break markers. And then what it would do is it would say, right, this amount of this pattern is going on this page. I will ghost print, i.e. print at half value, the next bit on the bottom of this one, and the next bit and the current bit as the previous bit on the bottom of that, so you can see where they overlap, and that you can kind of double dip for one of them, you know, so that you have sufficient join. Because one of the biggest problems that I'm going to have is that because the top piece has got to go over the top of the next piece, I'm going to have to trim it so that it is completely flush with the end of the pattern. I can't have blank space at the end of it because, well, it'll overshadow actual pattern. So you do kind of need it to be on the next bit. So in this case, it's not really shadow of the first one. It is overlap. Let's call it overlap scenario. But it's going to be the bit that I'm actually working from, not the bold bit. So I should really do it the other way around, that it's the top bits that are shadowed and not the bottom bits of, if you see what I mean. So I didn't really think that out very well. Didn't think that out very well at all, actually, did I? Eh. Oh well. Well, I did, because for the bottom two, it's kind of true, because I've done the grey bits. It's interesting. Why does this one not have starter of this one? This one, I can't see what my brain's refusing to brain. This one finishes on the right, that one starts on the right, that one also starts on the right, but doesn't have the grey bits. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That looks far too long. So if you start at 39, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I suppose. Just looks really long. So you see, that is now wrong. But that's not. It's because you aren't rotated. You come out and go into there. That is correct. No, it is right. It's right. It is right. But this is not. Well, it is. Because you also start on the right. You start on the right. You start on the right. Everything starts on the right. You just don't have the kind of... See, you're right, because what will actually happen is you need to stop where you do. So I should delete you. Because you stop hard, because you are the preceding part. You're the bottom part, so you have the overlapped section. You need to have... those as permanent bits? Yeah. Those as permanent bits, and you get them as grey bits. Same with you. They're permanent. They're permanent, and you get them as grey bits. So, let's zoom in. Hope this is making sense to people. Because you've all gone really, really quiet. Which is fine. You're allowed to be quiet. But I just need to kind of... I need more braining, if you know what I mean. So, we want to go to... Can we... I can't remember how we drag things to there. Can we... Oh, okay, maybe that's it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So I can't add you, the one thing I really frigging want. Yes, I can. It's just not going to make it really huge. Okay. And I want to add you. There you go. Because you can fart around with them as a big overall thing, but now I can do this a bit easier. Right, so I can go back to here. Okay. So I need to be on layer 2. And I don't want it hidden. Right, I need... Actually, we'll hide you. Actually, no. Let's turn you off. Let's... I want to group select, but I need to be on group layer 1, that's fine. Group layer 1. And I need to select the first 4 instead of 3. So I'm trying to work out where I am. That's those 4. That seems an awful lot. Sorry, I'm going to have to turn group layer 1 on layer 2. No, I don't. I just want to... No, I don't want to do it. I just want you to change it and unhide it. Because my brain needs to see where I'm at. So I need... So I'm going to mark all of those. Yeah. Those. Those are grey. You're grey. Because you and you... Hang on. Yeah, layer 2. Hang on. You come out of there, because we don't need you. You are you, but you now need to come out of there. And you now need to be... Change colour to whichever blue it is. And this is going to be the problem. We're not going to match the blues, are we? No. Because this is the tiniest ass blue fucking shit I ever did see. You know, yeah, you're not the same blue. Because, God forbid you're the same blue! This is one of the things I have about things like this. Hey, we picked a colour that defaults to this, right? Yeah, but it's not one of the options you get when you're picking colours. No, no, you can't have that. You can't have it be the same colour. It's kind of more that blue. close. I think I was right before, actually. It's very close, but I think I was righter before in that it's the one. Just select the thing I'm selecting, will ya? Change colour. More colours. I think it's you. Yeah, it is. Right. And then you. And you. And you. And you. Oh no, not you. Shit. You and you and you and you and you and you and you all now need to be orange. You didn't change to orange. Why are you not changing to orange? Change colour to orange. Thank you. Alright, it's not the same orange, but it's close enough. Where's the rest of it? Where's this bit gone? Where's this bit? And this bit. And it's gonna be this bit, and it's going to be this bit. So I kind of need an extra layer of you, don't I? So that I get and then we get rid of you, and you please, and you, but we need to colour you, no not you, we need to colour just the dots if you don't mind. Okay, layer 2, hide, and then we'll pick layer 1. Select just you, but see you are not supposed to be on this layer, so we need to select you and you and you and you and put you on layer 2 and say yes I do. Do you want to say yes 16 things yes, and then I want to go to layer 1 and say no. And then, do you want to change anything? So I said no already, thank you. And then we go, I want to change you to be blue, change colour. It's more things, yes, that one. Okay, right, so that is the overlap. Let's now go back and turn layer 2 on. You and you and you and you and you are all one thing fatter, so that gives that overlap to there. That's very good. Now we need to do the same again, literally, don't we? Start there, and you start there. So we literally need this same piece again. You need to end on the uppy bit. You need to end on that bit, so you just need to all be converted to visible. So let's change colour to more colour to blue, and then you and you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and Hans, you need to fuck off. Did we have that at the top one? No. Don't know where you came from then. You need to ungroup a sec. You also need to ungroup a sec. I need one of you, and one of you, and this is why they're all. This is why I always get so messy when I'm picking these. I don't need 4 dots here. I only need that one. I need it to be. Hey. And there's a blue one in here. You can't mass undo, so mass ungroup. Mass ungroup. Ungroup. So, one. I need to use that. Ungroup. You are blue, right? And you need a dot. Where are we? Let 2. That's fine. You need a dot. So that then. You. It's a bit too far. You 3. To there. You now need, arguably, to be grey. So we will change colour. Change colours. Grey. You just need your bottom row dots converted to blue. Layer 1. Okay. You need to be blue, except you and you, which need to be orange. And get rid of this stupid blue line. There it is. So, now I have a blank strip. Don't really want to be making blank strips, really want pretty things on them. We need to decide what the pretty things there are. Just responding to someone on Facebook actually about this program who's, they've tried to get hold of them and they've not been responding. So that should give us a strip. It looks pretty sad like that, but that should give us our strip. And we need it to be a mirror image, so we need to go to strip number 2. So this is arguably the middle. So we need to decide very quickly then what exactly we're going to do. We need more strips. We need a strip purely devoted to different sizes and different spiders and items to decide which of them. We basically need to do, write down what we're doing, and so we can go like A, B, C, A2, whatever, and just make a long continuous strip until we've got one of every option we fancy. But we kind of need to plan them out so that we print them out so that they are defined, if you know what I mean. Because if we don't plan out our spiders, we will forget which ones we were going to do, or what spot types we were going to try. Because we could do a rose ground on its own, 4 rose grounds to make a little cluster of them. We could do some of those ovals, cluster of ovals. So 4 of them, because we can. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of the because we can. And I do have this need to try them all out and stare at them for a while. So I think the next strip has to be longer, because we're going to have to try a lot of things. So we're basically going to have to make 2 of these strips and print out on them what we want to do. So we're going to have like a rose ground. So if we save this, just to make sure, and then save this again as right, so this is full strip. file open. Right, strip 2. Here we go. Right, so now we have this, and now we've got 2. So we've got 2, so hopefully this is enough to give us what we want. We want to do, let's do a raised ground. We will do, give it, well, it's got a bit of space around it. We don't need to give it too much space around it. A raised ground, a raised ground, a raised ground, a raised ground. We can then do 3. I don't think I want 4. I don't think 4. We could try 4. So do try 4. Like this. No, missed. My stomach's rumbling. I must be hungry. That's 4. Oh, that's probably a bit close to the one above, actually. No, I want that middle dot. I need at least a couple of dots between it. So let's go there. 2, 4, 1, 2. Oh, missed. This is the problem with the snapped grid, is that you think you clicked in a good spot and then it leaps off into oblivion. So we've got those. We've then got 3-pin these. So one of you, and then we can do 1, 2, 3, 4 of you, and then yeah, we can fit one more in. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That. Then we get into spiders, and we don't have many pictures for the spiders. So the problem then becomes to note. Why are they blue? Why are you blue? You shouldn't be blue. We changed you all not to be blue. Oh, I can change that later. Now I need to get rid of you and 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 you, because you don't have pins in the middle. See, I've got quite a few motifs that could be interesting, so not so much on a 3-pin basis, on a 6-pin basis. So this is the kind of miniature spider that we have done in the past, which is basically the same as that one, but this is more how it looks. But you've got things like these, so we could do little mini cloth stitch things, which could look quite pretty. We'll try one of those. We'll stick one of you in. Although you're a 4 block, which is a bit awkward, but you know, one of those could be quite pretty. Let's try one of those. What else we got? Cathedral spiders, quite like cathedral arch things, so definitely want to try one of those. We know what they look like. I don't hate them. I need to point out I don't hate them. And that gives you the kind of snake thing, but obviously you chop out this leg so that these bits don't come out. They splay out. Stop licking my hands! Wretched animals. I'm looking at all the diamond shaped things. We could even do a cloth stitch diamond, but I think that would be a bit heavy because a part of the joy of these strips are they look really light and airy, and I think that a cloth stitch diamond on them could look a little bit hard if it was a solid diamond. I think that would look a little bit much. That could work. Problem is, I need to zoom in on that. I need to get rid of some of these blue dots because it's really confusing. And I missed, didn't I? Let's try that again. Load motif. Where was it? I wanted that. I need to see where you end, so about there. So I need to get rid of these blue dots. That's better. Because I think that could look quite nice. Actually, how does that fit? Because there'll be two pairs normally. Let me grab my dot tool a sec. This doesn't make any sense. So normally there's kind of like two pairs that join in dots about there. I suppose you would go in and come out. It could work. It actually could work. It just seems a really odd. Because, of course, there won't be a pair coming down to here. There's only the one and this coming into it, which I suppose works. Yeah, it should work. It does work. It just looks a little bit odd at this kind of angle. Got a normal one of those. So let's go back to 4 pins. See, part of me would love to do tallies, but I suck donkey balls at tallies. And as part of sucking at tallies means I don't really want to have them committed to my net curtain. Because, well, I suck. And if I suck, then I'm going to make an idiot of myself if I put tallies in it. But at the same time, I think they could look quite nice. I think it would look a bit boring like that, actually, but we can find out. See, that strip has already disappeared and we've made a handful. Let's zoom out a bit. Go back up. So we've got a rose ground, 2 rose ground, 3 rose ground, 4 rose ground, an oval, 4 oval, 9 oval, a pretty thingy, a kind of weirdy Sauron's eye type thing, and a tally, right? Then we need to get into these spiders. Now, as I've said, we can't necessarily get all the spiders we're thinking of. I don't think I have pictures for them all. Got a cathedral spider, so we can put you. It's looking a bit small, but there. But that is a 3-prongeder, so that is. Oh, that's because that's the same size as those. See, cathedral spider like that I think is too small, but let's see if we've got a slightly bigger one. We do have a slightly bigger one. And do we have an even bigger one? The answer is no. Oh. Do you have a really big one? Nope. I haven't got the pictures for half the shit that I want. So what I really want is a cathedral spider that's just a bit bigger than that. But drawing them in this is a frigging nightmare. I mean, it's all technically possible, but you've got to find the right bits to click on, and it makes it so difficult to click on it. I mean, you've got this smooth curve thing, right? So if I wanted to do, I don't know, zoom real far in, right? Come down, and I wanted to make a spider that was bigger than that. So I come in and I go, I start, say here, and I need, I mean, to be honest, this one's missing the fact that there should be a pin there. And we'll get rid of all of the other unnecessary dots. So that's kind of how that one works, right? So I want to make that, but bigger. Well, the problem is that's harder than it sounds. Because what you'd like to think is that you can take this and stretch it out a bit and add just add an extra line, but it doesn't really seem to work that way. So if I go back and I find, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Are we sure there's not a cathedral? That's a 6. Let's go get you, and we'll plunk you in here, like that. And then we get rid of all these dots in the middle, because, well... Right, so what I need to do is I need to kind of select this, ungroup it, and I need to go you, and then slide you down. And yet, somehow, there's loads of duplicate dots, even though I told it to make them. It didn't. Alright. You and you and you. Come on, pick up the dot. See, this is the thing. You click on it and it's not accurate all the time. See, I found the end of the line there. Oh, I'll never do that one again in a hurry. And then I found the end of the line there too. See, that's kind of what I want to do. I will be able to do it. I'm just going to try and find this fucking dot. Thank you. When I find it, it disappears again. Come on. Dottity dot. There you go. No. Right, so those are the dots. So I've added one, and then... So... Yeah, I've managed to move you, didn't I? Didn't mean to move you. And this is the other thing. I'm trying to move this end piece. Goes back up to there. And you now... Yeah, that would be the right end for you. I need to get rid of these blue dots. They're just confusing. You need to come down to there, and you need to come down to there. 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 You to there, and you to there. Now I need to add a curvy trail that kind of goes, and I've got to work out where it's got to go. It's going to come over here, kind of up to here, and down to there. And then, curvy trail, you come up to here, and down to there. And there's a reason why I do that, is because if you overextend, it's easier to come back, right? So... that gives me a bigger pronged one. So what I want to do now is select these lines that I just made that it's not letting me. Pick the line. Come on. There it is. Pick the line. I want to make it black. And I want to pick this line. Yeah, and I want to make it black. And I want to take you and you and you and you. And I want that dot there actually, but you're not giving me the dot, are you? So let's go for as much as we can get. Dot, 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 and dot. You want to be black. Change colour to black. Now you, I arguably need to make a change for you. Give me the line. Yes, that's the line. I need you a bit more. Kind of. If you notice, it's gone a little bit skew with. There's a point here that needs to be a little less shit. Let's try redrawing this line then. So we need you to come over here by a bit. Like that, say. But back a bit. Actually, just give up on you. We need you to come over a bit. Down a bit. And then in a bit. Yeah, I'll do. And then I need the item. I need to get rid of that because that was not a planned event. I need to select you. I need you. There we go. And I need to turn you to black. Change colour to black. So there you go, like that. Wish Silver had seen that because he was asking kind of how you draw these, and this is kind of how I draw these. So now I need to try and regroup them all, which is a lot harder considering all you can do is select all of these, copy, move over, paste. Now delete all the ones you don't want. Because you can't, well you can freehand it, but you've got to turn off bloody thingy, otherwise it goes really shitty. Oops. Like that. Delete those. Then we need to somehow get hold of these. Hang on. And we want you to be black. Change colour to black. And then we're going to grab you. And we're going to make you change colour to black. And then we're going to add a dot for the pin there. And then we're going to group select all of you, turn you into group, save you as a motif in the, shit, I forgot how many pins it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, hang on, before we do that, ungroup, ungroup. We need to select duplicate elements, 5 pixels, okay. There we go. See, that's why we don't do it. You can come over here a minute. You all need to be black. Colour. Black. You need to get back. Need to get back in the middle like that to make you all pretty. You get selected as a group. Then you get saved as a motif under the... Where's 7 pins gone? Oh, there it is. Torchon 7 pins. Spiders. Oop, don't mean to do it into caps. Catheter out. Spider. So now we've got one of those. Now I can delete it from there. Of course, you've all turned into things, so now we want to undo everything that we did over this side because we want to insert it from our thing. So the easiest way to do it is select a freehand thing and come in and ground out Oh no, I missed. It's okay. Ground out that. Freehand out this. I really need to go and get my drawing pad. I'll be able to do this so much better. Now we go to 7 pins, and somewhere there's our cathedral spider. And now we pop them in. Hurrah! That actually looks pretty sweet. Right. So we've got some cathedral spiders. I also want to kind of do that weirdy one that I did here. I've got to work out how I'm going to draw it, because I need to stare at it to work out how you draw it. So, all the ones that go... So let's think about this. You start at the top. And they all go round that way and under. They all go round. But it's not. They actually split in 2 parts, don't they? Should be interesting. This one's going to be a shit to draw. Because they don't go in pairs. So let's draw this to the side and see if we can get this going. So, I want a slightly smaller one of these, to be honest. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which is how big they are. So we've been kind of underestimating some of the sizes of these things. But see, if they end up in the right place, the wrong places, see, that's where I've gone wrong. I've not been lining them up with where I was lining them up before. If I zoom out slightly. Previously, instead of lining up with kind of like the points here, even though these aren't entirely lining up, which is even more frustrating now I look at it, it was these. They were lining up with the dents of these, so that the widest point. This is too high, so these needs to come down. You need to come... Fuck off with the fact that it's not shift. So you need to come down 1, like that. You need to come down a couple. Come down so that the widest one is level with that, because this is how I nicely space them. You need to come down so that you are there. They don't have to be evenly spaced, they just have to be far enough apart that they line up with the wider points, because that helps give them a bit more border even if they don't have one, if that makes sense. So you need to come... Now this might be harder for you to come down one, but you need to come... You need to come... You can't come down one because you're 3 wide. Now that makes you awkward, which means you're an out. You can't be on your own. You have to go, my friend. You, my dear choice of object, need to bugger off because you're wrong. You can't fit, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can fit. You're just not in the right place. So, we need to try and I'm not using the dot tool. Do you mind? I'm trying to select stuff. So, we need to select something. Please, there's one. There's another one. No. Here's one. And there's one. No, that's not all of them. But we can move you up to... No, we can't. See, these ovals aren't going to work because they end up out of place. Right, you're out. I thought I could make you fit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, I really thought I could make this work, but it feels like I can't because when I move it, she says, desperately trying to highlight bits and points. See, I still had control down and yet it unselected a whole load of shit then. And I'm in the middle of trying to desperately select all of these. Squares. So if I try and move it up, she says trying to find a square to drag on, so that this point, I can't centralise it and have it align with the dents. I can only have it align with the points. Now, that's not necessarily a problem. Well, it is, but it's not, because that's the thinnest part. But all the other ones I've done today have been on the widest part. Well, I suppose we can give this one a go, can't we? Do one of you. You can have one. Give you one option. Can I do you there? It's a bit close to the one above, so let's bring you down to there. Right. You're there. Oh, you're missing a bit. Okay. You're missing this bit. Let's move you up to your friends and put the dots back. Dunk, 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 dunk. Right. Then we've got you. Oops, don't want dots. We want selector. So we've got you, and we're going to move you up because we've made space, and we want you there. That. So you're at the widest point. You get to move up. And again, I want you at the widest point. So that puts you there. Puts you dangerously close to that one. So we'll bring you down to here. And we'll put the dots back eventually. We'll take you and put you in here. Like that. Put the dots back. Dot, 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 dot. Now we've got room for something small. So, small cathedral. We need to move these, don't we? So, cathedral. No, missed cathedral. That's you. Alright. You need to go kind of there. You, Miss Cathedral. Hi, can I select the cathedral? Okay. You need to go there. You're there. And we need to delete a load of dots, so we need to go dunk, 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 dot. So can I move you up, please, to there? Then we need some dots for you and you, and basically a whole raft of dots. So let's kind of do a rectangle filled here. And then we only need to do 2 dots. Right. Let's select duplicate shit. Go. Yes. Go. Right. Now we need to move this one. And we need to move it up, but not too much up. That's too close. So, ooh. Actually, much as I like this one doesn't fit. Why does this not one fit? Because it would have to be 1 point bigger. So much as I've made it, it's no good to me. Oh, that just sucks, doesn't it? I suppose I have to make an 8 one now. Jesus Christ, I don't really want to do that. Delete the dots in this one. Delete the dots from this one before it goes to before I go mad. Right, dot, 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 dot. Pin in there, right, and the pin in there. This is so much harder than it looks. So let's fill you back in. I just wish there was like a bucket filling spots. Because, for example, there is a diamond shape. There it is. Fill the diamond shape. But getting it right is harder than it sounds. Let's see if that works. See, hopefully that didn't duplicate too many. Let's see. Select duplicates. Found duplicates. There's only a few. Oh, that's better than it was. Right. So we've got one of those, got one of those. I kind of would like a bigger one, but I think it would be too woolly. I think spiders, when they get too big, are too woolly. So they are somewhat more limited. But there are other things we can do. So, looking back at some of the things that we have looked at, so for example, if we look back on our list of rando things, we know that everything's got to be an even number, right? So if we have a look here, this kind of intrigues me. Now, this isn't what I want, but it does kind of intrigue me into putting a very thin cloth stitch layer round smaller elements. So we know things have got to have an even number. So let's have a look at 10. See, 10 is kind of where we were at, although I thought we used those. Did we not use those? Which one did I use? I used, wasn't that one. Wasn't that one. Wasn't that one. What the heck one did I use then? Was it 10? Yeah, I used that one, right? And 10 is the big one, which gives us one layer of ground stitch around it. So this is kind of up. 10 is our maximum number before it just looks shitty, because it impedes with the spiders. So realistically, 8 is where it's at. So we've got... I really thought we'd tried those. But apparently not. See, this would give us basically like we had... Am I dreaming? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Though this is the one that I had as my small dot. This is my previous small dot. And it wasn't really small, but it did look quite small in comparison. So we do need to take that into account, that small could it be arguably too small. So if 8 is the medium size, let's call them medium, right? 10 is the big. So we've got room for layers of things around smaller things. So I had to put my jumper back on, get cold, which is a bit scary. Because for some reason I thought they were those. But they're not. They're the three-pronged ones. See, I quite like the idea of... Where is it? This. I quite like the idea of this. So I've got... Where have I got good space for it? Here. So we need to line you up with all the right dots. So... There. Well, that doesn't quite line up, does it? My orange line is off-centre for this. This is slightly irritating. Let's fix the off-centre orange line for this, because it is driving me insane now. Oh, there we go. Right. Nothing worse than something that's not actually central when you meant it to be central. So we need to get rid of some of these dots, because these blue dots are going to confuse the bejesus out of us. Now, I do have a question as to what is meant in... No! Put it back. The fuck? I hate when this doesn't roll back like it should. You just rolled back way too far, haven't you? You've just fucked up all the stuff that I've just done, haven't you? Okay, so maybe not. You're still centralised. You are not, though. You need to go kind of there and have these removed and these dots put back in like that. So there's room for a small something there. Oops, that's a dot. And you are a something. So we'll take you and put you over here in amongst your friends like that. And we'll take these dots out. Dot, 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 dotty, dot. We will then fill you in. Dot. Fill shape, please. Like that. Knowing that you didn't actually draw one. So if I put some dots down to make a diamond, just to show you my problem. So I make it a 4x4 like this. And then I draw a filled shape, so I click on the dot and I make it like that. See, it doesn't draw all of the dots because these two, it's only drawn a 4x3, not a 4x4. This is the kind of shit that drives me wild about this. If I want to draw a 4x4, I go, I don't do 4, I have to do 5, and then it's done 5, but if I do 4, it doesn't seem to do it. So if I do 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Look, it drew a fucking half-assed. I mean, that's not even a fucking diamond, dude. It doesn't draw reliably the things that you've selected. I mean, but this is why I hate this program, right? Absolutely why I hate this program, and yet more things on my hate list of why this program needs to be replaced with something that's had a new version in the last God knows how many years. Don't actually know when this was made. Hang on. Playsate. Playsate. Properties. Open file location. Properties. 2013. She hasn't updated it since 2013. To be honest, it's kind of impressive it still runs to some extent, but just shit. But that's part of the reason why it is shit, is because she hasn't updated it since 2013. So, let's chop you out. Try and fill you without making too many problems. I mean, it does fill, but it also does extras, as we know. And now it's just beeping at me because it's a shit bag. Come on. Select. Duplicate. I don't know. Some. Loads. Delete. Right. Paste. I need you to be here. Okay. And then we will delete loads of unnecessary blue dots. And put one in for where we want our pin. What else do I want? I like the idea of those, but that's definitely too big. I'm going to mark them with the simple star spiders that I've seen around. So, I was talking about you. Where did you go? Did you not do it? No. Let me zoom out again. So we've got rose ground, 4 rose ground, 9 rose ground. a lot of rose ground. 3 of them. Some of the eye of Sauron, the tally, a little spider, a bigger spider. Now we want one of them. And of course you can't zoom in because you can't go off the screen with the motif, but of course right clicking kills it. So now we want to put you here. Yep. And delete a load of these blue things. Now I'm not entirely sure how these ovals work. I'm just gonna try and think about them in advance. So bear with me while I kind of tidy up all this bits. So if you come in, you go there, you come round. I'm trying to work out where all of the bits go. So, you see, I think this would look messy with those in the middle. I think rose ground would look better in the middle, but that's not a rose ground. So what I kind of want to do is load a motif and get that again, but do other things in the middle. So we want to select this, ungroup this, delete these things in the middle, and see what we can put in the middle that we would like. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need a 5-pin thing. What do we have for 5 pins that we would like to play with? See, that could work. Put those in the middle. Now I know that they don't quite line up, and that would be a problem actually. Well, can make it work. We can work with this. We're experimentalists. We can make shit happen. So that we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are 8s again. So we want... This is why you have to turn snapped grid off for the freehand tool, because it doesn't fucking like you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Does it feel right? Feels like that's rectangular. Yeah, it is. So I now need to go and grab you. I need to do this. So if you select stuff in group or freehand, freehand it only does one and then it unselects itself. Group doesn't. It's just inconsistent and it just bars my piss. So let's paste you in. Oop, I need snapped grid back up. So snapped grid. I kind of like the idea of that. Now I know it looks wrong, but I think we can make it work. Really think we can make that work. Really sure we could make that work. That could be quite nice. That really could. It's missing a dot. Oh no, it's not. Right. So we will save that. I'm pretty sure I can make that work. Rotate. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it gets 8 others. Let's call it group honeycomb. What I also think we could do is remove those and add non-snapped to grid. So 1, 2, 3, 4 rose grounds. Trying to make it move a little bit more kind of central. There we go. And you don't look entirely right. Actually, I know this is kind of defeating the point, but let me turn on snap to grid and put in between dots, and you'll see why in a minute. In between dots like that, and then like this. Or actually, what happens if the rose ground were there? This is the problem. There, no. This is the problem with snapped grid. It will only place the rose ground where it was. If the rose ground was there, and there, and there, and there. There, that's kind of where I wanted them. So I think that could look quite nice. Let's grab a view. Well, let's also deselect some shit because there's selected shit. 104. Yeah. Delete those. Right. Let's group you. Group. Save as motif. 8 others. Group rose ground. And it's going to look fairly similar to this, but this is going to come out weird. Whereas this, actually, we need to empty some space. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 down. 2 edge. To the edge. Delete you. Grab you. Pop you in. Realise we haven't got snapped grid on. There you go. So I reckon those two could be quite pretty, because it'll have a tiny layer of cloth stitch and it'll be really tiny. See, I want to go one bigger. Now, so you can't put rose ground and the oval things in it. I want to put starry spider in it. But I need the spider to have enough legs, but not too many legs. Because when I made it 10, it kind of lost cohesion. But I'm not really comfortable on the making the notation for it. So I want kind of want almost like a lozenge, but not a lozenge. I don't want it to be that fat. I really, 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 really want the tiniest of things. So let's... Well, I worked out why they didn't sit on things properly. Because I didn't line it up properly. It sits like that. And then they perfectly sit on the squares. Fucking douche. Should have realised that when I put it in there. Ungroup. Got that on. So you need to. Well, let's see. Now I've ungrouped it. I can't actually have to. Fuck's sake. There we go, that lines up better. Right. What I really need is start down here and chunk out oh, fuck off. No. As I say, I really hate it when you go to undo something and it doesn't. So I need to chunk out. I need to turn snap grid off. And I need to chunk out all the way up to here. All the way down to here. And all the way into here. And all the way up here. 1, 2, 3. See, that only looks like 8 again though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did I really only make them? File, open, strip. No. File, open, strip 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Take care. Hey, you should know me better than that. I know. I absolutely understand. Go for it. Okay. I do not need to save that. I do not need to save this. I'm working very hard on this. This I want. This I don't want. Save a bit of memory. Not that I'm short on memory at all. Take care. So I need to make this one bigger. This one is going to be the biggity one. Right. We're going to do... I'm not sure I want a rose ground at the top. I think I've got enough rose ground. So we're going to try... Doink. 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 But we only want it to go... We kind of want... Oh, piss off. Right. We want... You two goes to here, so you don't do anything. So you go here, to 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 here. I should really have done this somewhere else, but I don't think I'm gonna. I can't see. Oh, I can see me repeating this actually. Undo all of that actually. So let's put a dot there. Missed. I now need snapped grid on. Dot. And I need to go. You two comes here, so we go down, over, down, there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then we try and do the same over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then we go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hang on. Cancel that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Get rid of extra line, put in the dot, miss the extra line, found a dot. That's probably why I missed the extra line. Right. So what do I want to put in it? I want to put spiders in it. I want to put some spiders in it. So let's cancel that. Let's group these. Group and save as 10 pin motif and diamond, and then we can go open motif, open diamond, place in the hole like that, and then we want a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 prong thing, and now we can put any of the 6 prong things in it. Gonna hate myself. Gonna hate myself. No, that's definitely not right. That'll definitely be the wrong one. Hang on. Let's go back to the tally we had earlier. See, that's far too small. That tally's tiny. I mean, that's a good thing, but probably should do a bigger one. What I really want well, first of all, let's try you. Because, well, I think that could be quite nice. And then we need to cut out, take you off, we need to cut out a big chunk again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's far too close. Must be further down. Down to the edge. Down to the middle. To the edge. Donk. We then put in a border. Put in the 10 pin border. But we need to put snap to grid on first. Snap to grid. And then we add the 6 pin cathedral that we were looking at. Like you. Like that. And then the last one doesn't fit. Fuck it. Do I really want to make another freaking lifetime worth of strip just to pick some content? Really don't. Oh, brain. Oh, my brains. Let's have a look at what we've got. So, we've got a single rose ground, which is far too small, I think, but we need to give it credit. 4 rose ground, 9 rose ground. I'm going to say 16 rose ground, 9 overs, some little mini gloss stitch bits, Sauron's eye, some tallies, a small cathedral thing, a bigger cathedral thing, some weird shit in a thing, squabbles in a thing, rose ground in a thing, and then we went big. Then we went for those. Now, I really, really, really want to try. I'm going to have to draw it, aren't I? So let's ditch you because we don't need you out. We don't need you out either. We arguably don't need you out either. So tidying up, good girl. We're going to get rid of you because, well, maybe the ones we used, but we're not going to do it necessarily anymore. Actually, let's just go mad, delete all of this stuff. Oh no, did I click the ruler? What the fuck was that? I don't know what that ruler is. Well, I do, but I don't. I don't know quite how I did it. Anyway. I know it's kind of ruler line. Hello! Oh no, I don't know how to undo it, do I? No. That undo doesn't undo that. Because of course it doesn't. I think all I did was click on the ruler somehow. But there's a fucking mark on my ruler now. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, bollocks to that. Yeah, I can add more of them. Don't know what they are. They don't go away. Anyway. Also, they don't print out, I guess. Let's check that. Print. Are you not suggesting you'd print anything? Well, have I really screwed it up now? Because I don't know what they are. But they seem to have affected printing things. File. I don't know, there they are. It just scared me for a minute. Okay, so. They don't fit on one piece of paper. Fuck! Get off, dog. Get off! Dog is in my bad mood. Is in my bad books. He got out yesterday. And he went adventuring, scared himself, and found a house full of people who really hated dogs. They're all really shit scared of dogs. And he went all loopy on them. And they got very scared, as did he, because he didn't understand that people didn't love him. And he was kind of proper wound up last night. And today, he's just being a little shitbag. And your bony balls! Oh, Jesus. Having something like 50 kilo of dog with 8 paws and boniness. It's not funny, because I've got both of them now. I'm like, can we not? Boniness paws. Can you get your nose out my drink and stuff, please? Thank you. I know it's tea time. I'm hungry too. And I know you want nuggets. Yes, I do. I do know you want nuggets, but I don't have... Well, I do have some in the freezer. But we're going to be ordering food later. So, Mika gets me. I have been planning... I did originally start making... I did do the tiniest chunk of my... my square, but... I'm having... I won't say performance anxiety, but nerves. Because, well, I've started the last square. So soon I need to make the final strip. But I haven't decided what I want on it yet, or how far apart they've got to be, or anything. So what I'm setting up here is basically options. But of course I'm going to have to make them. So and I've got basically half the length of a window already, because this basically, if I zoom out entirely, it'll look really horrible, but if I zoom out entirely, as far as it will go, which is this. So this is the 4 segments that will build up to make a whole window. And, well, yes. Now, what I was trying to work out, So I've basically got half a window's worth of experiment. Admittedly, it's only, 3 inches wide strip, but it's still half a window's worth of experiment. But one thing I was just about to check on, because it's not that clear, is whether some of the grey bits show up as well as they should do. So if I say print in colour, hopefully that will mean that they look paler when I print it. But I have plans. I have been working very hard, and I've had to draw some of my own things. This, I think, is a flop. This is still likely to be a flop, but might be better. Which is why I've done this. So to be honest, these 4 things I think are flops. Now, if I cut back to my pillow a sec. Hang on. There we go. Cut back to pillow. So I can't see what you see, so I need to move my screen a bit. This, I need to, actually I don't need to zoom out. I just need to find the bit I want. Hang on. Let me find the bit I was thinking of. There it is. So I want that, and then I move my hand so I can see my hand. There it is. If you look, this is a single rose ground on its own. So I think one will disappear. Now, disappearing is not necessarily a problem, because we can have big, small, medium, whatever, right? And so small might be quite nice as a very minor dot in between 2 biggety things going down our window. Because even once we've picked things, we need to decide how the things sit together, or whether in fact they look okay together. There are lots of things, and this means lots of lace making before we finally pick our thing. So in preference to that, because I need to make more strip to join to the other strips, I thought I would try and coincide with making of this. Now, while I've got effectively 2 windows, to half a window's worth, i.e. the top and the next piece down, if doing it in one piece, I don't have to do them in one piece, I can do them as separate. So in doing them as separate, I can kind of go about the whole, joining them together in new and creative ways. Excuse me, I've got the yawns now. Been streaming a while, but I've been fighting Lace 8 the whole time, and it is bitchy. So I'm pretty sure these rose grounds, however, are a dead loss. So these I'm writing off. The honeycomb could look all right, but I've got a feeling it will look a little lost. But it could look all right. These red things, which I really don't want to be red, but they came in red, so are red, are kind of little cloth stitch pieces. And I'm just looking as to why they look a bit shitter than they should. Let me paste this over here so it's a bit clearer, because there's some extra dots going on that I need to take out, which is not helping clarity. Because, well, it's not helping. See, this is the top one, and it goes left, right, bottom, so it keeps, in effect, if I move it up so it's in piece. I said move up. Come on, move. There. So it's on the dots. These mark out a square. This square isn't a square. I think that could be evil to work. That could be evil to do. This has also got extra blue dots. So let's get rid of these extra blue dots. I am referring to this as the Eye of Sauron. Once I have removed the blue dots, you will understand why. Because, well, it's kind of the Eye of Sauron, just vertical. As you can see. right? So that could be interesting. Tallies, hate tallies, fuck tallies, but got to give them thing. Small cathedral, I need to make these orange. Hang on. These have got to be orange or I am going to lose my marbles. Because I keep looking at them and they're not orange. And they should be orange. And it's distracting me from the rest of the world. So I don't care if it's not quite the right orange. But you need to be orange. So not blue. Right, so small cathedral window. Bigger cathedral window. I did make a slightly bigger cathedral window. But I got a bit carried away. And I really would need to make an even bigger cathedral window. And I think that would be... that I've came to the conclusion that in trying to not have multiple spiders together, if you have 10 pin things, they just go all floppy and horrible. So I didn't like that. So then we came to these, which are bordered things. So we've gone some ovals, we've gone some raised ground, and we've gone for cathedral windows. Same one twice? Yeah, same thing twice. Let's not do that. You're going to select it, or you just finish it. Can we select this? Thank you. So, what I want to do a star. That's what I want to do. So I need to put a dot in the middle. What I need to do actually is put a dot. Cancel that. Because I don't have one. I need to put a dot. I need to work out how many I've got. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3. But I need it to fit. So actually, that dot's in the wrong place. It needs to be there. So 1, 2, 3, and I need to go dot, 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 dot. That gives us 6. Yeah, 1, 2. And I'm going to do lazy notation for spiders because I don't think I have the 6 dot that I wanted. Oh, I do. Well, I'm big an asshole then. I want that. Don't I? No, I don't. There's a reason I didn't want that. Hang on. There's a reason I wasn't doing that. It's because I want to do the kind of starry one that I did, but I made it big. And I think I made it far too big. Let me count how many legs I have. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See, I made it 10 wide. If I make it 6 wide, and so it's only got 4 pairs instead of... That's 7 pairs. Can't be right. Yeah, 4 pairs instead of 7. I think that'll be much more controlled. So now we need to do pair to pair. Hang on. I need to click these right. Pair to pair. Pair to pair. Pair to pair. Missed. Pair to pair. Pair to pair. Pair to pair. Pair to pair. Now this isn't what it's going to look like, but it's sort of what it looks like. So I'm going to group that up. Group, save as 6-pin spiders star. Now, what this is going to look like in more of reality, and drawing it is evil, is that for each of these, they kind of each go the other side of the pin. So if I draw that again and I go, oops, get rid of you and you, let's put a dot over here, and I need to do the dots, hang on. So 1, 2, 3, dismissed. So what more or less happens is that, now they're not really curved, but they are bent, so bear with. And I've got to think about it. They go around the pin. Let me look. I've got to look at how this works. Yeah, so you kind of go to here, and then you go to here to here. Arse! You go from here to here to here. Stop right-clicking, shitface. Alright. Then this one goes from here to here to here. And this one then goes from here to here to here. Brings in. So it's more like this. As you can see, it's kind of a bit of a nightmare. More. 3. Goes to here. To there and out. You kind of go from there to there and down and out. You go from there to there to there and out. You go from there to there to there and out. Oh, I missed that end. Hang on, so I can slip the end of this. I need you to go more there. Thank you. And then we go back to you, and then we go you to there and out. 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 And then you to there and out. You to there and out. And you to there and there and that. You there and there and that. That's more of what it looks like, but not quite. In that what happens is one of the legs, all the legs get pushed together, but that's closer to what it looks like, I guess, sort of. She says, looking at it, it is kind of what it looks like, but there's a bit more shenanigans in the middle, in that basically all the middles get put together, bungled around. But I am going to save this, so let's group you together. Group. Let's call that actually 2. Right, and then what do you mean no? Start 2. What do you mean no? Oh. Fuck's sake. Just kind of, I mean, that is about as helpful. Yeah. Why not just say, put up the box saying, you're a douche. Don't be, but then put this in here, like that. This product just constantly pisses me off. There are just so many things wrong with it. I mean, to give you an idea, Mecha Ketsman, let me show you one of my most favourite things to hate on. Other than it doesn't conform to standard UI conventions of every known application that ever in the history of ever. So if you select things, you can't unselect one item because you've over-selected. You have to start all over again. Which, when you try and click on things and it doesn't always click on the thing you want, not very helpful. But let me, for example, group select this and want to paste it. So I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. So I go to paste it and I move around, and it kind of, often it will just draw funny and leave bits over the screen. Sometimes it doesn't, like this. This is behaving. But other times, there you go, it's just left one. Now, there's nothing I did. I haven't touched a single key, but it's left one because it can. And then other times you're pasting things together. You're pasting it on the screen. Oh, look, it's left another one now. Oh, and another one. Look, and another one. And another one. It just kind of... And then sometimes you go to paste it, but when you're trying to place it, bits of it like there completely disappear. Exactly. And I have reported so many bugs with this. Bear in mind, I'm in programming. I worked out earlier, 40 years. This shitting piece of crap is £132 of Lace 8. And it is about the only application out there for designing lace. Silver of Dragon said to me, if you make one, I will beta test it. And you know what? Fuck me, I'm getting really... the more I try and do shit with this, the more tempted I am. Because this shit is getting on my tits. And I mean, it has options. Now, there is an option. Well, exactly, right? Let me cancel that. If I hit new... Well, I'm very capable, that's the thing. So, there are a couple of things that it does do that I am very impressed with. Now, I need to remember where it is that I'm picking. I thought... Is it this one? So you can have, like, circles. This is quite impressive. You can then design on a grid that is, well, you know, circular. You can make a beautiful circular thing. So, to an extent, impressed. Not that impressed, but, you know. So there are some things to it that I think have some time and effort put in. And right here, right now, not quite sure whether I would bother with that. But at the same time, there are so many hidden things that it does that piss me off, right? So if I go back to drawing tools, I put these things on my quick select bar, right? So if I select a bunch of things and I say to it, I want to move these on layer 2. Actually, let me not do that. No. See, do you want to change? I've already said no. I don't want to have to say it again. Thanks very much. But if you pick something on layer 2, right? Let's go to, let's not select anything. And now we're on layer 2, right? So if I make everything on layer 2 invisible, that's fine. That's what I expected. But let's say I meant one of these things. Let's say I meant this to be on layer 2. So I go over here and I select this. She says, all right, so I can't because of course it's on layer 1, isn't it? Hang on. So let's say I put this on, this is on layer 1. I go, I select it and I say, I want this on layer 2. Go to layer 2 and it says, do you want to move it to layer 2? Yes, I do. Right, do you want to change the layer 2? No, I've just done that, but okay, fine, fucking whatever. But I now can't select off it. I can't unselect it. And you write this to her and you go, look, here's the thing. Here's what I was doing. Here's a fucking video of me doing it. Oh, I don't understand. Well, she goes, I don't understand because I don't understand computers. I'll send it to my programmer dude. Only she doesn't. She obviously writes her interpretation because he will come back going, I don't get it. And she will write back, he didn't understand the problem. Well, perhaps if you let me speak to him, because... Hello! I made a video about it earlier this year about so many of the things that go wrong. And virtually every time I try and do it, because well, there are so many things. So, for example, if I select something, hang on, She says I'm on layer 1. That should be good. So if I select something, to unselect it, you you have to left click off. If I am, I don't know, drawing dots like this, you right click to end it. Okay. Get rid of them because I don't need them. If I do group select and it selects shit, no, she got a man to make it to what she thinks is a good idea. So she didn't conform to any of the standard computer notation. So, for example, let me zoom in a little bit. Hang on. Zoom out a little bit so that the... Yes. Right. Because he worked with someone who couldn't give him good instructions. If you look here, I've got on the left, if I zoom out a bit, here are... I've done it in inches at the moment. Let me convert it to centimetres. She says, trying to remember where the fuck that lives. It's in here somewhere, isn't it? There. No. There it is. It's on inches. So it's 2 centimetres because it's a bit more obvious in centimetres, right? I know that they're small. Yeah. So if you look, I've set my ruler to be 0 on this corner so that I could measure them, right? That in its own is not an easy to achieve thing. If I click on this, or left click on it, which is so not intuitive, this now allows me to set the border. But what you might see is that a dot to the left is a very faint blue line. That faint blue line is not where the margin's going to be. The margin is going to be where my mouse cursor is. But it draws a blue line. But what it does mean is if the window is not full screen, it can draw it outside your window, breaking all conventions of UI, right? But look at this menu. Now, I know you probably can't read it too well, and I can't make it any bigger. Again, what the fuck, right? If you look, that says 0 here, and it goes down to 21 centimetres. If I scroll, these numbers do not change. So it doesn't tell you where you are in your pattern, right? The only way to make those numbers change is to use this scroll bar, which is 3 pixels wide. And now it scrolls the ruler. Here's another one for you. So you pick a thing, and sorry, if you pick a thing, sorry, not I don't want to pick a thing actually. If I go to load a motif and I pick a thing, here's a thing, right? And I go, actually, I want to make this in. I now can't go to zoom or off the top because you're trapped in this window. You have to completely cancel it, now zoom it, now go and get the thing, and now you can place it. Because Control and mouse wheel does not zoom, Alt and mouse wheel does not zoom, Shift and mouse wheel does not zoom. Shift, Control, Alt, no combination of these moves the fucking ruler or changes the zoom. And no, you can't keybind it for yourself to make it normal. Then you get into all of the copy and pasting issues where, here's a good one for you. I did this one earlier. Well, exactly. Right, here's a good one for you. I want to draw a diamond, and it tells you, well, badly, it kind of shows you drawing a shape. So you draw a shape. Now, I want you to remember the edges of this diamond. I can't show you where, I mean, actually, let me put some dots down. I'm going to put some dots down. I'm going to do a dot here, and I'm going to do some dots to make this. So I'm going to fill that with dots. But there's a reason I'm doing it like this, right? So I'm going to put 3 by 3, and I'm going to do another one which is 4 by 4. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, and 4. I now am going to highlight. Actually, let me get rid of this thing here. Hang on. Oh, no, hang on. So I've got group select on. I want to highlight this and get rid of it for a reason. So group select, I'm going to make them all grey. Now I know that this will be slightly hard for you to see. I'm going to make them grey for a reason. And then I'm going to... So I will make... I don't think... Actually, I think that's a bit too pale. Let's make them in a really obnoxious colour. Hang on. Make them... Change colour to... Let's do orange, because orange... Right, so you can see the orange dots, okay? I now want to fill a shape. And it says... Click on the corner... Click on the other corner and let go. So it filled a 4x4 when I selected 5x5. Fuck you. I select a 4x4. I select a 2x2. But here's the other thing. It's not consistent. I did some, because you can kind of move it around a bit, but I did some, but it's not always one smaller. Sometimes earlier it drew random bits and I drew them along the diagonal, but it say did 3x5 or it missed some of the dots. It just, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. And the same's true with selection. So if I'm doing a group select and I select, you know, this rectangle inside, well, it's missed off these boxes, but I selected them. This shit just... I lose my marbles. I tell you, if I had flagons of vodka... Oh, and these lines... No, I don't. I really don't. This grey line, I know how I got it, but I can't get rid of it. There's nothing I can do to get rid of it. I clicked on the menu. It's like a marker on the menu to say this is how I don't want it. Only because, well, there isn't really a lot of choice. I know that Christy would say that, well, you can do it in Photoshop, and yes, you can. I can do it in GIMP, but I haven't got all of the pre-designed. I would then have to sit and manually draw. And right here, right now, having all of these motifs pre-drawn for me, and no matter what size these dots are, they change to the dots. So it is like a... Well, it feels like it. And to be honest, I you know, I'm not even sure I'd charge for it. I'm one of these people. I only ever make my shit for free. And I mentioned it earlier on stream that I've made some games, or I still am making some games. I fuck about making games. I do not charge for any of them. Now, it's not because I don't think any of them are worth it. Some of them aren't worth it, you know. And you know, hence on my website it says it may eat your children. You know, they're not works of art. But at the same time, I'm also not charging for them. If I made a replacement for this, which every day I use this brings me to the take it out the back, shoot it in the head, end its suffering level of, you know, frustrations. Because he would be kinder. He really, really would. I mean, lots and lots of people use this and herald it as glorious. You, my friends, are not computer literate people, so you will put up with rando weird shit that the rest of us would not. For everyone who's used a computer as part of your day job, there are so many standard UI things that you expect that this just does not adhere to. And just fuck the fuck off, right? And so there are lots of things that I would have to do that I haven't done in a while because I haven't made it. I was showing Silver of Dragon. I've made shit from all the time. Well, that is the only other real option, is sitting down with wafts of paper, drawing it by hand. But being able to print it out, being able to save it and come back to it and go, actually, I want to move that. And rather than having to redraw the entire freaking page or try and rub it out, because as we all know, erasers do not erase very well. And then having to draw it out again or mark it down with pen, or, you know, and having it look all shoddy. Knowing that each of these dots is perfectly aligned. Knowing that I can make them bigger, smaller. I can, you know, having all of that control is a blessing, right? But, for example, let me show you something. So, this is the smooth curve tool. You draw things, and then it will make a nice curve out of it. And you go, great, that's really cool. You try clicking on it now. So you do that, and yes, you can get, like, you can move the individual dots. But if I wanted to add a dot, you can add a dot. I have added a dot. It's pot luck, because this fucking little line is so tiny that no matter how much you zoom in on it, she says zooming in and trying to find the line that she was drawing a minute ago. Because, well, there it is. There's part of it. Hang on. So if I pick the end of my lines, the line's highlighted, it's really hard. Even if you're fairly pixel perfect, it just unselects the fucking line. You can't like add join or like you'd expect or anything. But you can, at least if you get them right, pick. But then if you think, I'm moving this, but it's moving so much more than what I expected, right? So I can't now bend this back round because I can't add a joint to it. But I managed to do it the other day when I didn't friggin' want to. And one of the things that... it's not the computer's fault, right? This is one of my good autistic differentiations. This program needs skeet shooting into space because even the aliens wouldn't put up with it, right? I hate it with a lot of passion. Nearly as much as ServiceNow. Well, they'd feel sorry for you. They'd come and visit and, you know, we came to end your suffering, right? But I find myself really struggling with it and I hate it. But it is not my computer. It is this application. And I have always been very good at differentiating between it is not my computer's fault, it's not my mouse's fault, it's not my keyboard's fault. Now, when I played a game and every time my fat fingers hit the Windows key, and the game shrunk down to show me my desktop because the Windows key brought up the start menu and crashed the game, that was the keyboard's fault and I smashed the shit out of it. When my rollerball mouse, in the days of proper mice, stopped rolling properly and would stick, I smacked the crap out of it on the table because it was the mouse's fault. Okay, partly mine for not cleaning it more, but it was the mouse, right? I am very good at blaming reasonably the thing at fault. And in this case, it's the idiot who let this woman who has no computer knowledge define the parameters. But do you know what pisses me off even more? If you go into the Facebook group to ask, how do I do this? Their answer is, well, there's a £34 book you can buy. Bitches, I should not have to spend another £34 after spending £130 on a frigging bit of software to find out where you've hidden all the shit and the stupid nuance of what kind of guitar level... Yeah, exactly, right? This whole... hence there is an entire YouTube video dedicated to me swearing pretty much about this particular program. Because it is... There are so many things wrong with it. And so many of them aren't as apparent on the YouTube video, such as some of the badly drawing, because while it captures some of it, it doesn't capture all of it, which was incredibly infuriating. But there is just so much wrong with this shit that you're right. The only true answer is I need to do my own. Because this is just not tolerable shit. And already my brain's thinking about how I make the grid to do this. Now, I know roughly how to make the grid to do this. It's not that hard. It's the fact that it's at 45 degrees and the computer won't like that. But the answer then is that the dots are in the middle of a square, not the corners of the square. Because then, if you think about that, if I get this straight line drawing tool and zoom in a lot, if you look at these dots on the side, if I do these lines like this, this is a square. This well, yeah, but then I'd have to pay fucking money. But if I do this, this to me is the grid, right? The dots that you want are... Oh, fuck off, spam bots. I swear. Why is it that my system of basically anything that says cheap, best, viewers, and remove the space can catch every single spam bot, but Twitch can't? Are using their tools. Well, one of the things that I have kind of it's right, something just doesn't look right. It's not giving me the option to ban them. It says I've already banned them. Anyway, I'll ban them. But one of the things that I am finding with it is that if I can grab a handful of best cheap, I did the wrong one, that's why. Arse. Hang on. Band. It's because I hadn't closed it from last time. Oh well, whatever. It's still banned, that's all that matters. I denied it anyway, hang on. It shows still in the thing. Oh well, you can try again. It's one of those bits that for me I really struggle with, is that if I can have a mod queue that basically has best cheap, viewers, remove the space, and suddenly I catch every single one of these spam bots, yet Twitch can't. Really? You can't put those words in as a default and, you know, do you really want this published kind of line? Really? And then don't get me wrong, they put funny B's and funny E's and funny viewers and funny this and funny that. But it still says... And very few have got past my collection. So, come on, if I can manage this, you know. If I can use your tools to make it happen, why can't you? But yeah, back to the joyous of this. I do think that I can do it by making my grid... making my grid so that each of these dots is the center of a square, but it's the center line of a square, so that's not quite what I meant. Hang on. So more, let me turn off the... This is going to look a bit shit because I'm terrible with my mouse, but basically the square would be this, like that. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing at the end there. And then the next square would be from there to there to there to there, so that they're each in the middle of the edges. That's probably a lot easier to work with than actually having as the dot trying to be the middle of a square and having overlapping squares. But if I started out with this, because of course the other problem is that if I do new design, hang on. See, there's a good one. I click on between strip and new design. New design 2. No, I know they're quite. That's because they are supposed to be quite faint because I've got these bigger ones. But there's a design here. Isn't it funny how my new design here wasn't actually showing up when I clicked on it? I mean, it. Anyway, if I do, hang on, if I do the right one, hang on, no, that actually would have worked. Let's do that again. Blank design. Go to one of these. Hang on, rulers. Yeah, it's around here somewhere. This one, because there are hidden options. So instead of 60, if I do 59, because for some reason it's 59, and hit that, this is the Bucks Point thing. So now you don't have squares, you have, well, 100% diamonds. So if I do click around this, the dots form a diamond. But what it does mean is that when you do some of these, that says 54 just to make life awkward, but you can have these end up as little circles. These actually end up as circles. Because, you know, thread takes so it's not, but some of them are 59, some of them are 60, some of them are 49, which is why of course there's the option to do this. So if I change this to 54 then 54, and you've got corner grids, so you can have if I zoom out, I think, yeah, it shows you can make corners, you can do like we had log grids, so you can have fatter, thinner, so that it bunches up, which is kind of useful, but I've never seen anyone who's ever used it. Get rid of that. You can have angles, so you can like do circles, and I chose to do quarter of a circle, but you can have circles. You know, there are a lot of options that are hidden away, but at the same time, screw that shit. So if I zoom back in, because that's far too much, if I, you know, this is like where my Bucks Point thing came from. So if I open and I look for that, there's the basic of, I don't know, there's the basics. Well, there is a minute help. And basically it does, all it tells you are the really obvious things that you already knew, that you could have worked out by just reading the shit on the screen. You know, by the fact that here is a thing, here is a different thing. But, you know, you can look through the menus, but to be honest, most of it is not here. Most of it is in the book. But it still doesn't tell you why it's shit. It still doesn't tell you that when it lies to you, when it draws all the wrong shit, that this is, you know, I mean, you know, look, that's outside where the line was. That's, well, but that's far outside. I did a lozenge that was fairly, you know, lozenge shape, so that dot's outside the lozenge. I wish that it, when you drew like shapes like this, that it kept the outline so that you could see where you drew. Again, that's kind of, that one's a bit more disputable, because at least you could argue it did kind of up. But then it doesn't really fit in with the others. You know, it's there are lots of, and half these things don't seem to kind of, these bold line colour things don't seem to kick in. You know, if you look, I've said bold line repeat every one, bold line colour every other one. Well, I'm not seeing any bold lines. What bold lines? Those that's the kind of grid things. You can view them as grids or dots and a little bit, but you know, bold line colour. What bold line? And I've asked for you to repeat it, so I was expecting like to form a big grid over a little grid. So if you have like a grid, I was expecting to see, you know, every other one or every few or something, you know, depending on how many. See, it does then, but it was only once it was showing. It didn't do it off the pat, did it? You know, it's... Why can't you do bold dots? You know, there's just all of these stupid things. You know, like the rulers. You can have rulers. You can... That tells you... This is how you tell them how far apart they are. So you can make them bigger and smaller. And it adjusts the ruler, not the size of the thing, by the way. Well, hello. I've been streaming what? I don't know, I'd have to look now. Hang on. Bringing up shit. I've been streaming for nearly 6 hours, and I would say that a good 5+ have been me trying to make this shit do what I want it to do, while my brain is rapidly losing out of its ears. Which, to be fair, right here, right now, it absolutely is. So I'm pretty sure these rose ground aren't going to work. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a waste of my life, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to delete you because, well, don't need you. Did I save you? I think I did. Let me go to 6. Star. I don't see you. I'm not seeing purples. I didn't save you. No, I didn't. And that's, there we go. Save as. Oh, this is because it kept fucking losing its shit at me, wasn't it? Other. Start 2. It just kept telling me fuck off. That's why. That's what got us started. It was the fact that I was trying to save this and it wasn't having none of it. Trying to decide what other options I want to try in my next couple of strips, because definitely the big spider, much as I like the big spider, it's a bit wussy. It's a bit meh. I mean, that one did kind of work out all right, to be honest. That one didn't look so bad. But I then forgot how I made it. That one didn't work as well as I hoped. I don't know, people. Life is short, and this program's shit. To anyone who loves this program, how do you do that? How do you love this? Because everything I try just does not conform to all of the norms of computing. And I think that's probably my problem. If I was not computer literate, I'd probably love it. Because it is... I'm not... When it behaves and does the thing that you want, it is very useful. The problem is because I've been playing with computers for 40 years, I have an expectation that it will do it the way that everybody else in the world would expect it to be done. And because it doesn't, I headbutt it at every opportunity. And, I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, I feel really frustrated when blatant bugs such as the bad drawing, such as not selecting things, such as earlier I had it, I could find you the clip in the YouTube video, but there, you know, a bit where it was, I was drawing a diamond, and it was making like rectangles and skipping bits, and you know, the fact that it's not 100% reliable to do what you say when you click on it. Sometimes you click undo and it goes back 3 things, not 1. Sometimes, you know, there is just so many things that sometimes you click on something and it does one of them, sometimes it does a lot of them, sometimes you have to cancel that with right click, sometimes you don't. All of these minor nuances that just mean it's like a whole bunch of modules made by different people, and so they all work slightly differently, except I'm pretty confident this was written by one dude. I mean, I know it's got a company name on it, but I'm pretty confident it was one dude. And knowing my luck, it's her husband, right? I have no idea if they've got any form of relationship other than she got this dude to write the program. But I also don't know how old these people are. Maybe she's 906 years old and, you know, really isn't... Well, exactly, right? But once I come up with a few more of these experimental things and made the strips with them on, and the problem is what you're seeing is that here you see 2 strips. Now they're not quite of equal size because, well, that's how it works out. Well, there is that too. I've got to work out why it's drawing second pages of stupidness now. This obviously thinks there's something. Oh, it's because of the spider. Hang on. Go scroll down. But I don't know what these grey lines are. They must mean something to somebody. Why do I not see them? What the fuck? How can I not be seeing? Hang on. Oh, I want to scroll out. Hang on. So where are those marks from, guys? So, you can see everything that I can see. Layer 1, layer 2, they're both visible. I haven't done anything with any of the other layers. Or everything is on layer 1 or 2. If I go to print... Oh, now it's decided it's blank page. Hello, welcome to my life. Let's try that again. File, print, page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay, now it's got a bit off the bottom. It can't even decide to print correctly. And if you look at it from here, it looks like half the dots have disappeared. But if you zoom in and scroll down... Oh, can you scroll down? Oh, you can't scroll down apparently. Is there a... Oh, yeah, there is. There's the world's smallest thing. All the dots are there, but you just couldn't be asked to draw some of them. Deep breaths, deep breaths. But it means this is slightly off at the bottom, but I've got the middle line is going to go. But I've got 2 chunks of so I need to kill things. That's what I really need to do. But this represents one strip that would be long enough to make my window. And we've broken it into 4 pieces of reversible kind of things. So literally this bottom line in the middle of this page 2 is the centre line, right? Actually, let me just check on something. My brain's just had a hideous thought. No, that's alright. So, yeah, this line here is the centre line of the whole curtain, right? So that, and the reason I've chosen not to just have one piece I print out 4 pieces is because that allows me to define the snake heads at the start and at the end and have a bit of a gap at the top. It allows me to have my nice overlaps, but then my continuous piece. Now what I could have done, of course, is there is a web one, but it hasn't got enough. You don't really have any pre-made things, and that's also a bit of a bitch and has some weirdities. I am not aware. There is allegedly another, but I've not found it. Or it is lacking somewhat. I mean, let me quickly go look. Bobbin lace design software. So there's lace 8, there's lace 8. There's basically lace 8, which is what this one. Lace 8. Someone's done a couple of things, so there's a few kind of pictures you can use in Photoshop of, lace designs, but they're kind of pre-done. Everything else, so what's this one? I think this is the one. Hang on. I think this is the only other thing I've seen. Hang on. Yeah, you need Inkscape to work with it. So already now you're talking about something else. And it's very, very basic and it seems to have died. So, I am somewhat left with just this. Now, I'm not going to pretend that... I'm not going to say that it would not take a reasonable amount of effort to get a basic version up and working before you even then start on anything else. However, there are lots of phrases of fuck this shit. One of the other things that really boils my piss while I'm on the subject of boiled piss and this stupid program, rulers. So you can choose by thread, but you've got to define them in advance. And so you have this, and these are the sizes of grids. You've got a number of pre-made options. Great. So if I go to user defined, I can put in the one of my choice. Now the one of my choice for this is 2.5 and diagonal. But you can't add it as a permanent option. So even though this is my default, I can't add it as a permanent option. Shit, huh? As I said, there is just so much about this that is... It's like it was written by interns. Sorry to interns, because not all of you are entirely stupid, but most of you are not. It's your first commercial job, and you've kind of messed around on daddy's computer a bit, and maybe you played a lot of Fortnite, or but maybe you've written some stuff, but not for commercial sales, not for general internet consumption. I used to write a program called Muck Client, and Muck Client came about because basically Muds, Mucks, Mushes and all of those ilk, for those who ever did them, are text-based games that are basically done over Telnet. But Telnet has limitations, and so if you're typing and someone sent messages to you, your typing would interface with the message, making it much harder to read. So there are still traces of Muck Client out there because people stole it. But all it really did was have a display portion and an enter portion. It was the only real difference. And, over the years I perfected it. I ground it away. I made it marginally faster. I made it, all of these kind of things. And I made it for free, and you would not believe the amount of hate I got for something I made for free. There were no ads in it. There were no limitations. It was not, you can use it for free, but it'll have like, limitations or bits missing. No, it was all workable. One of the main hated things was that if you look at a standard DOS... No! Hello! Silver, I'm still working. I wanted to show you something. Silver, So, Silver, I wanted to show you. I made this. Let me zoom in on it, because it's not going to let me in a hurry. And, of course, you've all arrived for an ad. Okay. But yeah, if you look at a DOS window, you can often have colours in it, right? Now, under... Hello! Sadly, I only speak English, so for those of you who do not, I apologise profusely. Can't do much about that. My language, my verbal language skills are non-existent. I can do tiny bit of German, and it is tiny. And I have to Google half the words because I've forgotten how you spell them. So if you write me German, I probably won't be able to read it. And I can't say it very well either, because, well, I did it some 47 years ago. So let's not be, it's 37 years ago. I learned German at school for a couple of years, and that's kind of it. So I am not a linguist, mainly because I'm dyslexic. I have enough problems with my own language. I kind of guess I know what that means. Let me look it up. Hang on. Something. Hang on. This is what I do with these. That says have a good evening. I'm going to my family. So let's just do that then. Yeah, I sadly I am not a linguist. I never have been. I struggle to spell English correctly, so let's not be pretending that I'm any good at this. But yeah, you know how like in DOS you can have coloured output? Well, this used to be done with a thing called ANSI colours, where you send an escape character, open square bracket, a number, and depending on the numbers, you put semicolons between them to kind of add a few together, and an M at the end. And this meant you could make it like bold blue, or green, or flashing, and you did it all with ANSI codes. And I wrote a thing that understood ANSI codes. I worked with a couple of other people on it, actually, and did an awful lot of that. And we made really great kind of thing for that. But the truth of it is I understand a few body parts, and I can count in Japanese because I did karate. But there are some things that I know, so like, for example, the "Have a good evening, I'm going to be with my family." I kind of guess that was probably roughly what it said, but I would never have put my life on it. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, but with the ANSI codes, Mika gets me. I wrote this thing, I did all that, and I would have people write to me what a rip-off my product was, even though it was free. Because there were colours, I made it so. It's Finnish, I think. But hang on. Danish. There you go. But one of the things that I struggled with was that I gave them the option. So I had like 8 different coloured squares because you had 8 colours. and a square of each colour. And then if you clicked on, say, red and you wanted it to be a darker red, or you wanted it to be a bit more pink, you could change the colour. You could change it to yellow if you wanted. And no one, even though I wrote in the manual, and I wrote a very concise manual about clicking on the box with the colour that you wanted to change, it didn't mean anything to them. When I said, click on the colour you want to change, I don't understand. Well, there are squares of colour. Yes. Click on the colour you want to change. I don't understand. How do you explain further? There is a box in the colour. Click on the one that is the colour you don't like and change it to one. Apparently next to nobody understood it. And I'm sitting there going, I can't think of another way to explain it to you. There is a box. If you don't like the colour, click on it and change it to one that you do. What more can I say to you? It's a bit like 1 and 1 is 2. I don't understand. Well, that's fine, but just accept that it's true. It's, I can't do more than that. That's how it works, But I gave them options. It had a dictionary. It could spell check. It saved your settings. You could save connections. I think they probably are. And the problem is that because I've been dealing with computers for 40 years, it's really hard for me to remember what it's like not to be. Because I sit in front of one morning, noon and night. I mean, you can't see where I'm sitting, but I have a couch. I'm sitting on it. I have a wheelie table with the screen, keyboard and mouse. I've got the keyboard and mouse on a little slidey out tray so I can tuck it in. I've got piles of shit on the table, hence I won't show you. But it's got like my drink on it. It's got a ton of stuff. So it's got like my wood varnish and the pattern that I've printed. It's got a hairbrush, my phone, a nail file, scissors, glue, Vaseline, moisturiser. Oh, hang on. My door's just gone off. Hang on. Come on, kids. In. Right, sorry about that, people. That's what happens when the door goes. I didn't have time for a lot. So, Silver, I wanted to show you what I did to make this purple dude, because while I hate this program with every atom of my soul and have basically spent pretty much the last 6 hours odd bitching about it, I wanted to show you how I made this. Let me grab it for you, hang on. Cool. So I made this. This isn't entirely what it's going to look like, but it's as close as I could be asked to get before my patience would run thin. Because basically you take the left legs and put them all together, the right legs to put them all together. You kind of do a fancy twist thing and then kind of join them back all again at the bottom. So But let me show you how I made this. So let me ungroup it for a sec, because I'm going to cheat a little. Just because, actually, oh, screw it, won't bother. Let me move over a bit. So I just want to show you what I did, because I know, Silver, you were trying to do the how do I show. It is a big snowflake. But if you do, you know, doesn't matter how many of them there are, to be honest. Yeah, that'll do. Right. Oops. Oh, I haven't got snapped grid on. Piss off. Snapped grid, there you go. Trying to make them look neat and tidy. Right. Doink, 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 doink. I'll need one in the middle. Okay. So, you get your smooth tool. And I want this one to say, go around here. Round this pin. So I aim to the left. Click. And then I want it to go to here. Right. So I left click again and right click, and it makes a thing. So the other half goes to the right bit, to the thing, and click. So you then repeat for all the ones that you want. I don't suppose that will work if I try and do it all in one go, does it? No, you see, that just makes a loop, so that's kind of not what I want. I just thought I'd try it as I was looking at it. So that goes to there and click. That goes to there and click. And so you can sit there and you can kind of make a spirograph thing with it. But you can also arguably go, I want to go to the left of that one, through here, and do some of this, right? No, I don't want to do that. The problem is you can't undo clicks. But you can kind of make it wiggle. Now, there is a way. Did I? Not that I can see, I didn't. Let me do this. So you can kind of, and then if you click on it, sorry, you've got to change the thing, hang on. If you click on it, you've got to click on the right bit to select the stupid. Let me move these dots, there you go. But now, if some of them aren't quite in the right place, you can move them around with, oh, you have to sell stats grid. Hang on, let me look and see what you're looking at, because I'm looking at the screen. Oh, no, yeah, it does that. It's probably actually there. It just doesn't always draw it. Occasionally they just disappear. It's shit. I hate this program. And I've spent the whole day filling in dots. And it kind of fucks me out. So yeah. Yeah, you get used to it. And now I've lost where I was. Hang on. Thought I would have found it by now. Hang on. Where is it? There we are. Problem is I got so I need to go scrolling down. There it is. I love how its idea of zoom is to zoom in on a bit that I have no idea where it's zooming in on. It's never where I'm looking. Right, so you've got to try and... Oh, I don't want the dot tool. I want a selecty thing. There it is. So if I unselect that, you can adjust where each of these things go, so you can make them a bit more kind of further apart and a bit more zoomy. The problem is let's say you do this, the moment you start adjusting this, the other one moves, so it is kind of a faff if you want. And you are arguably able to add joints to the worms. So if you decide, well, actually I needed a joint here, there is a way, but you've got to be so pixel perfect and grab it. And I've done it by mistake. I've never managed to do it when I wanted to, because it's not control, it's not shift, it's not alt, it's not a combination. I've tried all of them. You know, I've tried numbers and tabs and shifts and all manner of shenanigans, but there doesn't seem to be a way of... See, it says show nodes, but I want to add a node. I want to add to it, not... Or maybe you've added one and you didn't want a node. There doesn't seem to be a way to, you know, click them off or to add them. But there is, because I did it by mistake. I drew, like, you know, and called it a line. Well, it doesn't work. I think you have to do 2 things, right? And I did this and... Oh, fuck off. Go back. So I was doing this and I did this, and there's a second dot here, which there's 2 dots, look, and then you've got, well, now you've kind of got, now you see there's another one, but that's it. I could only add the one. It only kind of gives you the one so that you can do that, and there isn't one this end that you can do it to, but it adds like an extra one, so you can do that to it, and then you've got a bit more control that you can kind of loop it round something. But so you can make a kind of a spirally thing, but you don't seem to be able to I mean, you must be able to add some. Look, you must have at least followers, so you can double click to get rid of them, but I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do to add some, you know. There doesn't seem to be a way to add a node to it. But I also think there is. I've just got to be incredibly lucky, really. Because, you know, it's not like you get any... I mean, if I can highlight the thing, it's not like the mouse pointer changes whenever you do go anywhere, or... I really hate this application with a lot of passion. But you know, you can, when you've got them, you can do it. But if you haven't got them already, there is a way. I just don't know what it is. But as I say, I managed to do it by chance once, but never when I wanted. But as I say, there is kind of a second one when you first draw one. So for all of them, literally 2 clicks, stop. Actually, I know why it is. I know why you get a second one. Because if you do click and then try and end it, it just deletes it. You have to do click, click, finish it, and then you click off. Well, then it moves to where you clicked off. You have to have 3 points on your curve. You can't have just a kind of N shape. It expects 3 clicks. So you have to have 1, 2. So if I do that, it's fine, because it was 2 clicks in the middle. That's why it was giving me an extra one, was because I was making an extra one at the end, look, because I'd made up for the missing click. That's why that was. But yeah, I did manage, as I say, at one point to make an extra one. I was clicking around and I clicked, you know, I was clicking sort of like here on the line, and trying to select the line, because of course you can only select it at the end, which is really infuriating, but trying to select the line, and suddenly it gave me an extra corner, and I'm like, oh, okay. But you can do it, but you'll probably lose your marbles trying. It would be much better to go into GIMP, to take a screenshot of the dots, go into GIMP, draw the thread marks yourself, and then do it. But you can do basic-ish shapes on it. So hence I've kind of put that together. But it is it's just no end of frustration, this program. Absolutely hate it. Absolutely hate it. And I don't know what these lines are. these lines down here on the side. But to be honest, these, I can't seem to get rid of them. I know roughly what they are. I know how I made them. But again, you can't get rid of them. Because you can't select them. They're not actual lines on the grid. They're from the ruler. They're imaginary lines. But, well, I can't get rid of them. You know, if I right click over around here where it is, it doesn't go. But I can make a new one by, there you go, I've made another one. But half of it's drawn over here, half of it's drawn over here. But yeah, you double click on the ruler and move it around and there's a line, look. There's a line you can move. But I don't know what it is. And as I say, you can't seem to get rid of it. It doesn't move. I mean, it shows the moving thing, but it's not moving anything. It doesn't show up when you move your mouse over it, but you can click your thing on the ruler and it doesn't. And as I was showing to everyone else, if you scroll, that ruler doesn't move. You have to use this, otherwise you don't know where you are in your work. But I don't know what these are, and of course I'm never going to get rid of them. Because I don't know how you get... Well, I know, as I say, I know how I got them, I just don't know how to get rid of them. But they're just one of these kind of irritating things that just seem to be here to piss me off. And I'm too old for this shit. I swear this is going to look terrible. But... Anyway, I think I'm done. I'm hungry. I have done my best to put some ideas of what I want to do as my pieces. The problem is because the current worker's got 10s and 8s. Well, I think the biggest problem is that with all of these are going to be really quite small. They look big on here, but they're not. Because, for example, this is going to be tiny. We know that. We accept that. But, for example, this is not that big. This has got 3 holes of ground between it and the spiders, which gives it basically the same as, well, it's smaller than the small quote, the ones I've been calling small spiders on my experimental strips. So that's going to be even smaller. Even though it looks at a reasonable size here, realistically, it's going to look pretty damn small. This is going to be a nightmare because it's tallies and I'm not good with tallies. This is going to be small. This is going to be small, but less small. I do also think, as I said, is that part of the problem is a single spider any bigger than this goes a bit floppy. So don't really want to do that. And Silver, I had to make the 4x4 one. I did make a bigger one. So I made a bigger one. I made a 7-pin one. So there he is. I made a 7-pin one by basically taking the 6-pin one, this one, ungrouping everything, moving all of these lower dots down, extending the original lines by moving them. So, for example, if I... Actually, let's see if I can do this again. I want to zoom in with my control key. Why can't you just let me... Right, so let me ungroup that. So, I want to select that. Oh no, that's selecting the lines. Of course it's selecting the lines, not the dots. Of course it is. Okay, let's do this a different way. Let's get the dots going. Actually, I need to move this. Hang on. I need to group select this and align it with the grid, because otherwise I will go insane. Because fuck off. So it is infuriating. I do totally understand. So let's put the extra dots in. So we need to move you down to there, you down to there, and correspondingly a new set of dots like this. Right. Then we want this line to go to here. And this line, that's a dot. I missed. This line to go to here. This line to go to... This line to not fuck about. Undo. Zoom in a bit more. As I said, I wish when it zoomed in on what you were clicked on. That would be nice. So this line here to there. This line to there. Actually, that should be there. That's moving the dot. Fine, get out of the way. Move the line. Put the dot back. That's the thing. I want the line, please. Fine, move the dot. Grab the line. Put the dot back. Dot. That's the dot. Like that. Put the dot back. And then we grab you, and you go down there. You are the dot. You can come out the way because we don't need you. Dot. Dot. Oops, wrong thing. No, wrong thing again. Not getting the end of this. Love nor money. Get rid of you. Let's get rid of these dots while we can. Let's do this one then. You go down to that. All I need is to get rid of you. And then, there we go. You go down to you. And as we know, there are hidden dots, potentially, on the line. So if we grab that dot, move it out of the way. There is somewhere along here. No, you've not. See, that's not even admitting it's a line. I don't know quite what's going on there. That's a bit better. Now it's flipped around the right way. That'll do. So, put the blue dot back. I'm not saying it's easy, Silver. But, as you can see, we've, this is kind of round the wrong way, this line. But it's kind of a bit overly that way. But that's fine. Now, we can add... So this needs to go... I need to move my dot, really, down a bit. And then you go, I need this to go over one side and down the other. And then I kind of want to edit that because it's kind of... No worries. So then there's the middle of it, and I can tilt it up a little bit like that. And then we draw the next one, and we go from there to say there to there and back, and we try and find the end of it. So we need to select it, and we want an end, and we... No, that's the other one. How did I manage that? Oh, I want to click on that. See, this is where I do lose my shit with this, because I'm clicking on this infinitely small square and it's picking up the wrong line. Yeah, that's the wrong line. I want this line. That doesn't help. I've started them at the same point, actually. That's because that's actually the wrong line. But I need to get rid of this line, so I need to select on this. There we go, try that. I need to go from this line here. That's why I need to go from there to there to there and ding it. So there I've got now an 8-prong, badly done, could do with some refinement, but I've now got an 8-prong. I need to make these dots line up, to be honest, because you're in not quite the right places. But that's how I did it. Well done. So, to be honest, I think I'm done. I am done for the day. I have fought the fight. I have lost many marbles along the way. Sanity points are low. But I do have something to print out to do. I think I still need to add some options to my to my strips. So I think it's going to end up being 3 strips. See, this is the problem. This is kind of where I'm at in the. I mean, I know it's hideous, but let's group these together. I know it's the worst looking thing you've ever seen. But if I save it, I can always edit it, right? It's an 8-point. I can delete that shit. Right. Zoom it out a bit. So I do think that I need to add a couple more bits. Now I might be able to fit it at the bottom here. I think we should go with, funnily enough, you. No, you don't fit on that page. Of course you don't fit on that one. So you'll have to go on this one. And now I can't see where it's going to be. There it is. I know it looks funny and it's shit, because it is shit. But freehand needs to automatically turn off the snapped grid shit. No one ever wanted it for that. And of course, I didn't select the outside bits. Piece of crap. Okay, fine. Select my spider, move that out the way. Freehand, I need to do 8 dots, so I need to start with, I think it's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah it is. So. And then put back the dot that it just deleted. Delete. Snap on. There you go, snap. But if you don't do that, watch this. If I leave snapped grid on and do freehand, when would ever anyone want this as their... It just pisses me off. Right, so we now need to grab you. I know you're not perfect. And put you back in here. Jesus, those dots are far out, aren't they? Unsnapped grid. Because I can't place you anywhere near the dots that I want. There you go. That's pretty awful, but it will do. I think we need one of those in there just for sanity. I also think we could try... No, I think that would look... I don't like those as much. I don't hate them, I just don't like them as much. The little kind of compoundy ones. I kind of like them, kind of don't. Can't decide. And as I'm going to have to look at it for a long time, I kind of feel like I should want to like it. Because I'm trying not to recreate ones I've already got on here. And of course there's tons of different ways of doing each of the same thing. So you can have extra twists, no twists, move the bobbins as pairs and treat them as single threads. There's a whole waft of things you can do with each and every one of these things. But I think that's an option. So that gives an option. So that means I'm then doing a third strip. So I might as well dick with the third strip and have some experimental thoughts with it. But I don't know quite what to do. I wonder if I did... If I make you here and do kind of this. We could do chevrons of cloth stitch, but again, I don't want it to be... I want it to be fairly open, which is why these are really thin strips of cloth stitch. I want it to be fairly kind of, well... I feel the current one has too much darkness of cloth stitch. It's too much. I want to keep that down to next to nothing. I want it to be, well, curtainy. So a little bit of stuff is good. A lot of stuff is not so good. I also feel I ought to try some beads. The problem is what to put the beads in. Do I have a thing with beads? Is there anything here to denote bead? Sure, answer that is no, not really. Anyway, I need to go and find food. I need to not see this program again for a while. And I hate the fact that I don't want to print it. I want to save it, but it's going to spend half an hour working out the print for me. Yeah. But I'm glad people like you understand why this program drives me insane, because clearly the author does not. And healthy kudos to her, because she made it. She hasn't updated it since 2013, and despite me reporting numerous bugs with it, has stood fast that they're all things she doesn't understand. So it is, and I'd love to say it's me, I'm being stupid, but many of those things can't be me. And given that I've got 128 gig of memory, it's not a shortage of that. I have an i9 top of the range processor, so it's not that. And I got a 4090 graphics card with like 8 gig of memory or something. It's not that either. So it's not struggling here. And sometimes it can be really, really slow. It's like when it's drawing the things, it can be really, really slow at it. And I'm not saying that, you know, my first effort won't be much better. But then I wouldn't release it like that, you know? I'd be embarrassed. I mean, if Silver wants to beta it, you know, that can be a thing. But it would also be, this is not for sharing. This is ugly, barely working, you know, do you like this or that kind of moments, you know? Those are the only times you do that. You don't let it out like that. It's just not a good thing. And considering it was written 13 years ago, imagine how much slower and worse everything was 13 years ago. Jesus, I'm, you know, dread to think. Yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling to understand why anybody likes it, is the short answer. Really struggling with that. I don't understand. It doesn't feel like it should be a thing, you know? Anyway, it is time for me to go and get some food, some nuggets from the dogs. So I was trying to work out where she got the cushion from. It's not a cushion, she's flipped the corner of her dog bed. Right, I shall see you later. Work out where he's gone. Oh, there he is. It's right, after yesterday, paranoid of losing dog. Thank you for sharing this 7-hour journey with me. Of partly descent into madness. I mean, I'm not rolling around on the floor crying with laughter like I did when I did the sew-in thing. So, you know, it's a bonus. I haven't lost my shit so much that I've stormed off in a rage. I'm kind of impressed with myself, actually. I deserve a medal for that. But I shall see you again over the weekend tomorrow. Probably a late one, as it's Saturday. But I will hopefully have added a few more things and made some decisions, and at least have got to the printing out stage, and because I am trying to avoid doing the square too much, because, well, until I've made some decisions and prepped, I don't want to rush to the end because then I won't have anything to do. So yeah, and let's face it, can you imagine if I finished my square and all I've got is to work out on this lace program, losing my marbles ahead of me? It's not an enticing thought, is it? But yeah, I shall see you tomorrow, I hope. Thank you for coming. Bye bye.